I haven't even unpacked yet from going home last night.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:01 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach City Commission, Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. Do we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
I'm present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, Vice Mayor Malega is going to do the invocation. I'm going to do the pledge.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Commissioner May for allowing me this opportunity. I don't know if everybody has seen on the news, but we lost a colleague this past week to domestic violence. Coral Springs Vice Mayor Nancy Mateer, who is also a member of my church. And I'm not going to say too much because I'll get emotional, but I just want everyone who's listening to realize that as electeds, we put ourselves out here on the front line. And most of us do it not for titles, certainly not for the pay, but also not because we desire to go to a higher office. Being up here is a selfless. I'm getting emotional. I just want to say that Nancy was amazing. She was a force to be reckoned with. She was kind. She was light. She was light in a very dark place. She broke a lot of barriers. And her and I shared a lot of conversations about government, God, and church. And we lost a really bright shining star and a public servant. And I just want us to pray and keep her family held close. They also lost her brother 3 months ago to unfortunate suicide. And we are people, we are humans up here, and we do have feelings. And this loss has hit close to a lot of us who serve. So a moment of silence for Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Get my glasses out. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering? Madam Malega?
Madam Mayor, I have a very early 4 a.m. flight tomorrow, and I'm just hoping that we can maybe do some time certain on some of these topics so we can get through. Otherwise, I have a hard stop at 9 p.m. and I don't want to have to excuse myself. So just
Okay, well,
wanted
we've
to be
got-
mindful.
Yeah, that I'm all for that, but when we do have some significant things to talk about. So let's just, if we can all indulge and go as quickly as we can. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Perry, you and I talked yesterday at my one-on-one, and we were going to get a little bit more information about some of these items. The itemized, did you get any more information about the Ziskovich itemized?
I've asked for the same thing.
Sure. I spoke with Leisure Services. They had a meeting with the company this afternoon, and I think they provided the information in a PowerPoint presentation. They were not able to get me the information, the written information, or the invoices that total exactly what we're being asked to approve tonight. But they will be online to try to answer our questions and
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that too.
And, well, hold on. So
Okay.
if we don't have all of the information, we can make a decision when we get to the item?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've had the same question, what have we gotten? I don't know that we're going to have enough information tonight, frankly, to go forward on that
Mhm.
because it's a huge decision. And I think that I'm having some issues with it myself conceptually,
I understand.
and I was reading, our contract with them. It's like, they should have for us something like, here's a book of what we've got. Here's what we did. Here's what we found out. What's all that stuff. And we've really got nothing from them. So that's.
Madam Mayor, I don't know, the Leisure Service Director, do you have anything to add? Is there anything that you received that you think that might answer those questions for the commission
But it would be so.
prior to?
If not, we can table it to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Hi, Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. We do not have a full breakdown, but like Assistant City Manager mentioned, they will be on tonight with a PowerPoint where they break down where they are in the process and what has happened by specific dates. So
Okay.
they do have that prepared for you. That's my
So we
update.
can listen and then decide as a group.
Yep.
How and if we
Okay.
want.
They'll be here to answer questions on that.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Anything else?
Okay, no, I don't have anything else.
Anybody else? Mr. McBoy?
Oh, we're sharing the light. Yeah,
Yes.
while some of the reason that the Ziskovich contract is in a different situation now relates to actions taken by my colleagues, and the result of a recent election, so that I don't think can fairly be blamed on them. I do feel strongly that we should have had a list of what has been done and a list of what is proposed to be done, clearly itemized well before the meeting, so that we could look at that and figure out how we're going to move
I
forward.
think that's what we just
So-
said. Yeah.
So I would be in favor of tabling both unfinished business B and the portion of, I don't know whether we can do that. I'll need help from the attorney, but resolution 12, item C, the portion that relates to paying them. Obviously, we need to pay them for work done,
Right.
but we need a better understanding of what is, what has and what hasn't.
Okay, thank you. And as far as Commissioner Maliga's, Vice Mayor Maliga's time thing tonight, if we can really, I'm asking everyone on this dais to really be concise and not, she needs to be part of these important discussions. So if we can really do a little bit of our self-editing would be very helpful tonight. Okay, so we'll talk about that when we get there. So we have the agendas as it stands. Presentations. A proclamation. Oh, look at that. Okay. We're. All right, thank you. Thank you. We're going to do the presentations now. Our first presentation is I'm going to give this to Mr. McCoy about water, and he's very interested in water.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, before you begin, I just wanted to let you know that Director Baker is online and you all had asked her for a presentation regarding water conservation. She does have that,
Oh.
so.
Okay, well, why doesn't she do that then right now?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
All right, and let's try sharing screen.
Jesus. Oh, they're piled up on my desk. Excuse me, but we can do this one first. It doesn't really matter.
This will be really, really quick. Just, water conservation is very important, especially with our current drought conditions. So, the statistics on the right are from drought.gov, which is in collaboration with National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. All of Palm Beach County is currently affected by drought conditions. So this is especially important. Our Lake Worth Beach water supply is all groundwater. So we pull our groundwater from the Floridan and surficial aquifers. When we are in drought conditions, there's reduced recharge because those aquifers do recharge from rainfall. The water table is lower. There's a larger cone of depression from our wells, and the contaminants in the groundwater that we're pumping up are more highly concentrated because they're less diluted with water volume in the aquifer. I just added a diagram here to picture the cone of depression. When we're pumping the water out of those wells, that's how the water is pulling towards the pump in the aquifer. And that's what condition can worsen when we have droughts. For some tips and tricks, indoor water conservation, The majority of water usage in the home will occur in the bathroom. So when you're brushing your teeth, encouraged to turn the tap off while you're brushing, to take shorter showers, to make sure that your toilet is not leaking. And when you're doing laundry or loads of dishes in the dishwasher, to make sure that you're running a full load every time so that it's not wasteful. And check your water meter, which hopefully, if all of our systems are running properly, we are able to monitor that for you.
Thank you.
And outdoors, obviously irrigation is a big one. So we want to limit, irrigating our lawns as much as possible, plant native and Florida friendly landscaping and grass, so that you don't have to overwater. Make sure that you don't have any, automatic running nozzles or any type of free flowing water at any time. And the, other, my husband does the lawn, so I'm not as familiar with these tips and tricks, but just to make sure that you're not cutting your grass too short, I guess, and to fertilize responsibly. And all of these little infographics were taken from the South Florida Water Management District. They have some great information. So I will end this little quick presentation with just some additional resources. Again, the South Florida Water Management District, the Palm Beach County drought conditions, and some additional information on water conservation from the American Water Works Association.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, the graphics are great. Okay, Mr.
District's
McBoy.
Pretty good at that.
Thank you.
Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature and is vital to the health, safety, environment, economy, and quality of life of Florida's residents. And whereas the state of Florida water management districts and the city of Lake Worth Beach are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach and the state of Florida has designated April, typically a dry month, typically the driest month of the year, when water demands are most acute, Florida's Water Conservation Month, to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water by saving water and thus promoting a healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and encourage all citizens to help protect our precious resource by practicing water-saving measures and becoming more aware of the need to save water. In witness thereof, she has set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed the 7th day of April 2026. And I would just add a little bit to that, that the graphic is illustrational, the bright red and orange one. Even though we've had a lot of intense rain the last couple of days, it takes quite a bit. Yes, exactly. As Vice Mayor Malega correctly states, we are way behind. It takes quite a bit of water to replenish that and get out of the drought condition.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Oh, I know. It's amazing. It's all night long. Our lineman. Yeah. I don't think so. Is anyone from the water department here? I don't think so.
No picture.
Well, yeah, it'll find its way there. The linemen that are here. Yay, the people that make this thing work all the time. This is for you. Whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach's electric utility system provides services to over 27,000 homes and businesses and must be maintained in operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year during periods of rain, cold, heat, thunderstorms, and hurricanes. And whereas the national system of electric transmission lines is kept in a high state of readiness and reliability by over 120,000 dedicated and skilled men and women, collectively known as electric linemen, and who are essential and valued employees at all electric utilities across the country. And whereas Electric linemen are a cohesive group who must work safely in hazardous conditions while maintaining and restoring electric service to our houses and our businesses, and who have chosen a career in the electric utility industry and have achieved certification as linemen after a rigorous apprenticeship to perform a job that has been ranked as one of the most 10 dangerous jobs in the country. Let that sink in for a second. And whereas the linemen of our City of Lake Worth Beach Electric Utility are dedicated and hardworking individuals who perform this work daily to ensure the safe and reliable delivery of electric energy to our homes and businesses. And whereas it is most fitting and proper that the City of Lake Worth Beach observe this special day to recognize Lake Worth Beach's hometown heroes, our electric utility linemen. So now therefore I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 18th, 2025 as Lineman Appreciation Day, in witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed the 7th day of April, 2026. And from all of us up here, with our heartfelt gratitude to the linemen who really, when it's raining and the iguanas are dropping and freezing and they're out there doing it, it's up on the top. Yeah, it's really remarkable. So why don't you come up and let's get a picture. One more. I don't see.
Library.
I don't see a Cindy.
We don't have.
Okay, well, I'm gonna read it. Okay, this is about our library weekend. We have such an active local library. I'm not gonna put this aside. Whereas, from young families stopping in for play and story time, to students sketching out their next creative project, to seniors seeking tech help and everyone in between, libraries help us connect the dots from one part of our journey to the next. And whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn to new possibilities, and serving as a vibrant community hub, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. And whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate 2026 National Library Week under the theme, Find Your Joy. And whereas libraries protect the right to read, the right to think, and the right to explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. And whereas dedicated librarians and library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, encourage all residents to visit their library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community. I do hereby proclaim April 19th to the 25th, 2026 as National Library Week. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth to be affixed the 7th day of April, 2026. And we all, anybody that lives in this city knows how remarkable Cindy, our librarian, is, the programs that they have for kids and for adults. Build the Arte just happened. So although you're not here, library staff, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and this will get sent over to be displayed in the library. How appropriate. Yeah, we really, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
They really,
Dawn
they are
was at the Lanham
stars.
Library every Tuesday, and she went in there and showed them pictures of how organized our library is and how easy it is to find things color coded. She's
Oh.
like, you need to do this.
Oh,
Sure, Christine loved that.
yeah, I just got an email from her about something. Okay, designation of appointments, appointment of vice mayor and vice mayor pro tem. Do I have Madam Malega, Madam Malega?
I would like to, make a nomination for vice mayor for Commissioner May.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Misegrich.
Hang on, Mr. McVoy, did you vote?
No, I did not.
Would you? You have to.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You did vote. Oh, you
I didn't know. I mean, it feels weird to vote on yourself, and I had no idea.
Can she vote, Madam?
And I
Attorney?
had no idea she was going to do that.
Surprise.
Well, that you're good. That's
So thank you.
Sunshine.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. I
passing the
was
torch.
not expecting that. Thank
Passing
you.
the torch.
Thank you.
Now I'm looking.
Yes,
for the,
I.
Okay. And even if you can't, it's still 4-1, 4-0. Okay. Up because the pay is so good. That's really the reason. Now we need a vice mayor pro tem. Do I have a motion for that? Would someone like to make a motion for the vice mayor pro tem?
I'll make a motion for Mr. Segrich to be the vice mayor pro tem.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I can second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Appointment of commissioners to various organizations and boards. There are 5, and there are 5 of us. Mr. McVoy has been on the TPA for Transportation Planning Authority for a long time. Are you willing to continue to serve on that?
I am. It's now called the Metropolitan Planning Organization, but
yeah.
it's the same
Right.
organization.
Do I have a
yes.
motion for Mr. McVoy to be on that?
Motion for Mr. McVoy to continuing serving on the Transportation Planning Authority as printed in backup.
Or the MP. I
Or
will
the-
second the MPO.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I've been involved with the League of Cities. I'm on the board of the Palm Beach County League of Cities and very active with it. I would love to keep serving. So if
Motion to approve.
motion to approve by Mr. McVoy
Second.
by Ms. May. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Malega has been the CRA representative for quite some time. Are you willing to continue to serve on that?
I would be honored to.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion for Malega to be on the CRA.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, by Mr. McBoy, all in favor?
Aye.
The Neighborhood Association President's Council, Ms. May has been serving on that quite effectively, I think. Would you be willing to continue to serve as that?
As long as the president who is here continues to want me to.
Well, nothing like putting them on the spot.
Right? Oh, it's
Is it okay?
Craig. If he doesn't want it, he'll say it.
All right. thank
All
you.
right.
Do I have a motion
Motion to keep Commissioner May as the NAPC liaison.
by Ms. Malega, second by
Me.
Second.
by Mr. McBoy? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And last but not least, the Education Task Force with Mr. Segrich has been active in this past year. Do I have would you be willing to continue?
Motion to keep Mr. Segrich as the Education Task Force liaison.
By Ms. Malega, second by
McVoy.
McBoy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Well, that was very efficient. Okay, I have.
Motion to adjourn? No.
Please.
Nice try. Hey,
You
maybe
go
it'd
home.
stick. You never know.
Listen, I tried.
Okay, Todd Townsend, we only have 3. Okay, Todd Townsend, followed by Charlotte Taylor, followed by, 4, Peggy Fisher, followed by Laddie Smith. Good evening, Todd?
Hello. Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Just last week, we had someone named Morgan Moore, age 31, died on Lucerne next to the Dollar General. She was on foot and was plowed into by a speeding car. This tragedy could well have been avoided by using the traffic calming that I've outlined to you in pages that you received months ago. Nobody's to blame here, but we should be looking at this stuff. I will be talking about this and more at the Business of Tourism presentation to be held at Compass very soon, and you're all invited. Next thing, concerning the parking garage, you have Wiener downtown high rise needing spaces set aside, though you will avoid stating that the two projects are a one project. The new people at the annex building will need 25 or 30 spaces. You have the CRA selling off the Pocket Park at First and K South for a 5-story building that advertises space in the garage. Do you have numbers for all of this? Your job was actually to expand parking for us. And the CRA has this crazy shell game going on where they've accepted the onus of affordable housing for WMOTA for a few units for 15 years for the Wiener high-rise building there. And then it changed to parking for electric cars. And now it's straight up being sold off for a 5-story building. So that bums me out too. So back to the pool. You've got Erica expecting a pool to be built by us next to 95. Then you've got the master plan faux pas planning the pool at the ball fields. And in an hour or so, you've got Mr. Ziskovich coming to design the wrong pool at the beach. And paid parking coming up. This is all just really getting outlandish. And with the last minute of my time, I would like to remind the people that came here to attack the Gulf Stream, not the hotel, but the actual Gulf Stream. We are in preparations to defend the actual Gulf Stream. And how dare these foreign companies approach a small city government to static the conveyor belt of life for the entire planet. We're waiting for you. Thank you.
Charlotte Taylor.
I brought 2 photographs. One of 609 Lake
You need to
Avenue.
name your name and address first.
Oh, sorry. Charlotte Taylor, 609 Lake Avenue, Lake Worth. I brought 2 photographs. This is the front of my building. I've owned it for 13 years. Okay. These are some photographs that I had taken to show you signs in other buildings in Lake Worth, commercial establishments, because this is the issue I want to address. Okay, so if you want to keep these, you're welcome to look at them later. Can you hear me? A reasonable sign policy is helpful. There are downtown businesses in Lake Worth that are real assets to the community. A men's store, Mr. Charles, here over 5 years, where you can buy everything from socks and shoes to shirts and suits. A hair salon, Envy, in business here for 25 years, serving the community by helping men and women take care of themselves. The pet store, Paws on the Avenue, the Valley High store, where everyone can afford to buy a gift for friends or family. A stable business community is critical to a town's reputation. And yet the city government fails to appreciate downtown businesses, we believe, which in the face of online competition, continue to serve the community and to employ people. Mr. Charles has 7 employees who might otherwise have to get social services or go on welfare. You're a business owner. Out of nowhere, you get a letter stating you are violating some regulation without providing any details on the violation or how to correct it. The first paragraph states you are in violation of something, no specifics. The second paragraph states the punishment, which is the date and time you are to appear in the magistrate's court, and that the flat rate fee starts at over $400 and threats of $250 to $500 per day for this violation. You still don't know what the issue is. I brought the letter so you can look at that too. The latest is about sign laws, all 24 pages of regulation, 24, and I'll be happy to show it to you. I have the sign law. In the 13 years I've owned 609 Lake Avenue. No mention was ever made about any signage for tenants. People say Lake Worth tricks people into paying fines. The sign violation letter came in November. 5 months later, the city had failed to approve my 2 tenant sign applications. Our go-to contact, Yen, finally resigned, lightly from the
Thank you, that's
stress.
time.
I just have one more paragraph.
Really quickly, 10 seconds.
Okay, well, he resigned if the city mismanages funds, downtown businesses should not be expected to make up for it.
Okay.
We have a heavy tax burden. We've got
Thank you, ma'am.
utilities.
Thank you.
We've got licenses.
really.
We've got inventory.
Yeah, we
But
understand. We don't.
we need
Thank you, ma'am.
to understand
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
situation for downtown businesses.
We are not, we don't really comment. I'm going to be talking about this
Okay.
at the end of the meeting under my comments.
Thank you. You want the
Yeah,
pictures?
I'm bringing that up under my commission comments. Okay, up next is Peggy Fisher. Followed by Laddie Smith.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Your job, as you have stated as a group, is to provide direction and policy to the city manager. The city manager's job is to implement your direction and your policies. We've had a problem in this city with that process working for several years now. There's just no other way to say it. It has to be said. The most important thing that I hear from people who come to my neighborhood meetings or who I just run into on the street is the trash throughout our city. And if we have a code department that does not go out when they drive by piles of trash and do anything about it, then they are not serving the residents of this city. And I'm tired of saying it. I'm tired of coming here and saying it to you. Unfortunately, I think you all let a situation go on for far too long in terms of putting in an interim city manager who said, I'm going to do part of the job, not all of the job, even though the contract said, do all of the job of the city manager. That means everything. That doesn't mean selectively decide what to do. For 2.5 years, we have had buildings that have been modular buildings that have been paid for and are sitting. It wouldn't be acceptable for Mr. Liberty to buy a new car or a new truck for the electric utilities and let it sit for 2.5 years and not use it. That would be a waste of taxpayer money. That would not be physically responsible. That's what we have. And we've got to address those issues before we get into a lot of these other minutiae issues of signs and windows, dinosaurs on the top of a building that have been there for a long time, a horse that's been there for a long time. We need to deal with the things that are impacting our residents day in and day out, and that is not being done. And I've heard, don't get into the micromanaging. Well, if nobody's managing, you got to get into micromanaging because ultimately it falls on all of you. When was there a review of our law firm? I haven't ever sat through one. When in the last 2.5 years has there been a review of the interim city manager? Haven't heard it.
Thank you. Laddie Smith.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Real well.
It's been a long time.
Your
Thank
name
you.
and address, sir. please.
Okay, Laddie Smith, 1733 3rd Avenue North, Lake Worth. And I'm here on the behalf of the, unfortunately, you hear me now?
Yes.
You hear me now?
You're very soft.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm here on the behalf of the homeless people in the city of Lake Worth here. We're making a lot of progress. We had a little unfortunately happen last month about a box that had towels in it. I brought it to the people attention, but nobody got back with me on the results of that. And I told them once they get the box, the towels, give it to Lasso, Officer Lasso, and just drop it down to common grounds. So that's the issue we need to get taken care of. And also there was a homeless man walking across the park, and the sheriff came and talked to the guy a little bit, but he was pushing a shopping cart, an older gentleman. They took it away. And they drove off. He was holding on the side of the truck, trying to get his belongings inside of it. So I'm bringing that to your attention too also. And there are some disturbing things that the officers are doing, taking people property, not doing an inventory list of their property. And so that's need to be addressed also. Okay. And the organization that I work with is Grace. We are here to assist anyway with the homeless people to get them housing, work boots, clothes, whatever they need. And we have been putting them up in housing. Instead of going through the county, it takes so long with the county. So we go to the real estate office, see what the renter is, see what they can afford. A lot of them don't get but $700, $800 a month. Now, if you want the people off the street, you got to provide housing. So you need to come up with a plan with all the organization in the community. So that's what we've been doing with all of the community, with Randy and the Common Grounds.
Sure.
Okay. So we're trying to stop from them asking for money in the public.
Right.
They got a place, so we send them to HUD recovery down here on CERN. They've been a part of it too, and the Common Grounds. So therefore, that's working. So we made a lot of progress.
Can you give us the phone number to get in touch with Grace?
Yes. 561
Yep.
215-3897. And that's my phone number.
Okay.
And I'm the CEO of it.
Okay. Thank you very much for what you do.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move forward, we missed appointing some alternates for the TPA.
Oh, okay.
So I did not want to miss that.
Just for the TPA?
If Madam Vice Mayor is willing to continue.
Yeah, it's 2 alternates for the TPA and then an alternate for the League of Cities. Everybody else is fine.
Okay, thank you.
2 alternates?
Yeah, there's 2 alternates for the TPA, or whatever the new name is. I apologize.
The new one. Have you been the
No.
Commissioner May.
I was doing but I mean, Chris has never missed it, so I've actually never gone. But I could continue unless Anthony's interested.
Well, we need 2.
I mean, yeah, I have no problem continuing with
Mr.
that.
Segrich, want to be the other alternative? Okay, so can I have a motion in that?
A motion to approve Commissioner May as the alternate and Vice Mayor May as the alternate and Commissioner Segrich as the second alternate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
League of Cities, I know, Ms. Malik, I think you've been my backup.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I would appreciate if you would continue to
I would be on
serve
it.
in that.
If
Is there a
nobody else
motion?
Motion to continue with Ms. Malika.
All right,
Second.
by Mr. McFoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Not a problem.
Somebody's. Okay, consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, unfinished business. The first one is the purchase order for the Bryant Park Fitness Court. This is unfinished business A.
Motion to approve.
Second for conversation. I
Right,
I have a
okay,
couple
thanks.
questions.
Um, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this one? On the equipment?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, okay, I think we're all in favor. I think from my perspective, we just have some questions about the placement.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Yep. How is it in terms of sightlines and things like that? We don't necessarily need to decide that, but I just want to consider just the agreement that we hadn't really, hi there. Hey there, here's our staff. That we had taken into consideration some of the comments that we've gotten about it.
Sure,
Would
I
you
can,
like to chat with us, Mr.?
good evening, Stewart Sources, Director of Leisure Services, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We come to you for approval of purchase order. As detailed in the staff report, the total all-in price is $200,000, $170,000 for the end item, Bryant Park Fitness Court. We've gone through that detailed description. And then the installation is $30,000. So the PO, as you'll see, is $170,000, leaving a residual of $30,000, which that money would be used for the installation of the equipment. You will see on the very last item here, and it's going to be in a budget amendment later. There was a planning assumption that was made with Leisure Services and Public Works that the concrete work could be done in-house. As we actually received the specs from the National Fitness Campaign, staff made the assessment that it could not be done in-house, hence the budget amendment that will be done later. So the total all-in price will be $245,000. In terms of the placement, I heard Madam Mayor, you asked that question. Initially, this was going to be in the footprint of the current fitness court that's there in mid Bryant Park. Some would say South Bryant, just south of 3rd Avenue. We have placed this, I would call it 2nd and a half Avenue South. It used to be on the 3rd Avenue South, but because of the natural tree canopy that's more robust on 2nd Avenue South, some call it the rock formation area. That is where the playground would be, or excuse me, the playground, the fitness court would be placed.
Would it be,
Excuse me, I just have a question. Will it block, because 3rd Avenue South is one of the entrances to the park, so will that view be destroyed,
No, it will not. It's shifting approximately, I would say 100 meters north of 3rd Avenue.
Okay, Ms. May.
That's kind of my question too. So there's a wall, right? Because they're going to have somebody design the backside of the wall. The wall's 8 feet tall by
38 feet.
By 38 feet. And is it positioned perpendicular to the
So
intercoastal?
the high side of the wall was going to be pretty much paralleling that improved surface, the paved road, the utility road that's there. Is where we would align it.
It really creates a big wall. That's
I'm a little concerned about the wall.
Yeah.
I would, if you did it perpendicular to the intercoastal, then you're only looking at whatever the width of the wall is as opposed to the height and the length. I don't know. I would like, before we approve to put this in there, I really want to see exactly where it's going to be and what it's going to block. Because honestly, more important than a fitness park is the view. To me.
And what's the sense?
I mean, I want people to be healthy, but
Yeah.
I also,
Yeah. Well, there's some concerns that it's going to be this monolith in the park. What's the slab dimension?
38 by 38.
38 by 38.
so it's not that big.
Yeah. All right,
I just want to see with like where, if you could have like a picture.
Are we going to get the final approval of where to put it?
Well, that was briefed when we
would
did
like
the
the final
design.
approval.
So I had brought it up previously, but if we're
Just
supposed to bring it back
just
up,
because that's where you are getting phone calls and we don't want this big giant wall to block the view. So let's just to ease our minds as well as, and more importantly, the residents' minds.
Okay, understood.
That'd be great. Thank you. Anything else? Mr. McBoy?
if we can agree on that, but
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marika.
My question is on the numbers. So I see that we got a $30,000 national grant funding award on the invoice.
Yes.
So they gave it to us, but they're taking it away for installation.
No, the way that they do their business model is they just provide the end item. So like all in pricing would have been $200,000, but with their public-private partnership that we applied for and in the process, it was aligned to us in February. And then we shifted it because we came back with a conceptual in March. And then now it's aligned in April. So we would have to go back to them and ask them to align that $30,000 dollars for May.
Well, because I'm looking at 170 on their invoice for their quote. But on the backup justification, it shows that we're 170 for fitness and items and 30,000 for the install. So that's them installing the equipment.
They have a preferred vendor list for all the states that they work with, and then they will give us that, and we'll reach out to them. We've already contacted them just to confirm.
We can install in-house.
No, it's too technical. And even with a lot of our, I'm not gonna say all of our playground equipment, we use a professional installation vendor.
I just think that $30,000 grant and then 30,000 rents, I call it in and out, just to make the numbers look good. So our end number is still 245 after concrete, even with the 30,000. So it would have been 275.
Correct.
Thank you.
We don't want our staff to be done and have like, where are these extra pieces supposed to go?
Well, that and with insurance, you have to have it installed by a proper installation company, I'm sure.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for discussion. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Malega's questions just caused it to pop into my head, and I apologize for not asking it earlier. The National Fitness Campaign, is that a government agency? Is this a government program?
It's a private entity.
So their quote grant funding, just by hearing you explain it, just seems like a clever sales pitch. So
did we get the grant? Are we getting the grant?
Well, we have spoken with their director of operations on numerous conference calls, and they have a grant committee. Whomever's in their purchase queue, based off the money they have in their grant pool, which we don't have visibility on, they apply it to those that are in essentially the purchasing queue.
And that'll go into the installation.
Correct.
Powell does the same thing. Years ago, they used to do an in and out like that. Kaboom, whatever it's called. They used to do the same type of writing into a playground.
yeah, I know it just doesn't seem like it's an actual grant. It seems like it's just to make it seem more palatable. That's how they word it. If this wasn't a purely private entity and the grant was coming from some government health sponsored entity, it would seem a little less salesy to me. My concern is that we currently have several fitness areas throughout the city, and not one of them is properly maintained. I understand that this one is mostly concrete and probably easier to maintain, but I would point to our concrete garbage cans, which are going to hell, our garbage cans in Bryant Park, which haven't been maintained. The sails covering the existing fitness equipment in Bryant Park is falling apart. Not
forever.
Maintained. The brand new playground equipment on the beach was not ordered, to my knowledge, with the marine kit installed on it. So it's non-marine grade, and that is already rusting. The sails at the beach are rusting and falling off. I am very hesitant at this point to put more money into something like this when we have not demonstrated we can maintain what we have. I am all for having fitness amenities for everybody, but we had Tropical Ridge Park completely destroyed and not maintained. Right now, I'm not confident that we have an actual maintenance plan for the equipment we have. To spend $245,000 more at this point, I'm not comfortable doing that until we can demonstrate that we can maintain what we have. And as this isn't a kind of true grant coming from some government agency, I don't see any urgency in pushing this forward. I think we really need to analyze and make sure that we have a maintenance plan in place for existing equipment and show that we can maintain it before I would consider spending $250,000.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy, and the playground equipment, the exercise equipment in the south end of Bryant Park has been there for a really long time. Yeah.
I do recognize what you're saying, Commissioner, and I would like to note that some of the aging infrastructure that was purchased before this current staff. We now, whenever we do order playground equipment, we do pay for the extra coating on them. So the equipment that we've been purchasing as of recent does have that protective layer, but I do understand what you're saying about a maintenance.
But even the brand new children's playground at the beach doesn't have it. I understand the new Bryant Park will, and the South Plum Park did, and so on, and we're moving in that direction. I just really.
No, we did not, but we are replacing that. We're putting a new stainless steel wire on the new sunshade. So we are making repairs to it actively. We did not, but going forward, we have been.
That's all been there for quite some time. Especially traffic. Mr. McBoy. Mr. McBoy?
And do note, which I think you probably know, that there are multiple grades of stainless steel. There are some that are, I think, probably both of you are aware of that. Stainless doesn't hold up. Not all stainless holds up. Saltwater is pretty nasty. I share some of the concerns that Commissioner Segrich has expressed. One of the things that I may have mentioned in the past, and at one point took a whole series of pictures of them, is the fitness trail in John Pitts Park, which is extremely low key. It's maybe a couple of pressure treated 4x4s with another piece of wood over it, or a galvanized bar across. It's very minimal infrastructure, but it allows quite a bit of exercise. It probably is extremely cheap to buy in the first place and pretty easy to maintain. If you want to swap out a piece of PT, you can do that pretty easily. I would be a lot more comfortable. I mean, I support Commissioner Segrich's concern that before we take on another whole chunk, why don't we deal with the stuff that we have and maybe consider, I know that this is a very shiny, fancy, blah, 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 so on, but I would consider having staff go have a look at the equipment in Jonathan. I think I've mentioned it to you before, Ms. McKay, and see whether that might not be both visually and economically or financially a reasonable alternative in Bryant Park. It'd be a lot less visually invasive on it, a lot more consistent with the idea of a passive, mostly natural area. It would provide a lot of fitness opportunities, probably about the same as a bunch of concrete. You don't fall on the concrete because it has mulch as a base for it, or grass, either way. So there's probably less liability with it, and it certainly would be cheaper. So I too am not really comfortable going forward with this.
Thank you. We all voted to do this. And if we're going to start second guessing everything we do, we're never going to get anything done. I just have to say that. I don't know what the vote was, but it was voted to go forward with this. So that's all I have to say. Ms. May?
I just wanted to ask the question about the maintenance. I'm assuming you guys are thinking about this, that he's not just coming up with something you haven't thought of. So can you just kind of talk a little bit about the plan?
Sure, Stuart Swords, Assistant Director. Just as a follow-up on a couple things, we were planning to come back on April 21st with the artist renderings. We do have 28 submissions from local artists, so we could bring this back as a follow-up on the 21st, and I can bring the geometric layout, even bring any of the electeds or Commissioner Segrich down there since in his district, and actually walk the ground and look at the lines in terms of which we lay it out, because I do agree we want to get it right. Once we set the slab, it's kind of hard to make any adjustments, so we can bring that back on the 21st. In terms of the maintenance, this is kind of like an in-progress lesson learned from staff previous to us, where they were trying to do some wise fiscal, decisions, and they didn't get the marine grade stainless steel metal quality 304, 316, based on which one you're going to utilize. So moving forward with all the playgrounds, we're utilizing South Palm, the one that should be delivered end of this month for South Bryant, which we've approved. And this does have that hardware. In terms of this,
and Tropical Ridge.
And Tropical Ridge.
Okay, good.
And this one of the functions of this fitness court here is it doesn't have a lot of moving pieces. So if you look at Tropical Ridge, if we go down there to what's in Bryant Park right now, there's a lot of like motion pieces that essentially are pivot points. So they're getting a lot of friction, and obviously like the metal gets degraded because it's not the marine package, right? So this doesn't have moving pieces. It's all fixed. So that should, in terms of being a maintenance requirement or lubrication, stuff like that, reduce that. But to Commissioner Segrich's point, like moving forward, like everything is marine grade. Some say the oceanfront package stainless steel.
Okay, I'm comfortable then.
Madam Mayor, do you have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Okay, great, thank you. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Segrich, Mr.
Yeah, just to address,
Keep an eye on the time too. It's almost 7 o'clock.
just to address your comments, Madam Mayor. Just because we've made a decision does not mean that new information comes up. It's an absolute asinine thing to say that because we voted one way one day, that new information wouldn't make someone want to change their mind. And I've heard it from you now 3 times on different subjects, and it's insulting. I'm not saying this isn't a good idea. I'm saying, given the fact that we are having maintenance issues on all of our other playground equipment and exercise equipment, maybe we should take a pause. Also, given that we have the uncertainty of what's going to happen with the property tax legislation, maybe expending $250,000 today when we could pause it to after that legislation is finally put to bed or enacted might be a wise choice. It's not that nothing will get done. It's that maybe new information comes up. Maybe public comment or interaction with our constituents helps change our minds. And we have to be open to that. It's very dismissive to say that just because we decided on it, this is the way it has to be.
I'm just going to respond. There was no new information on this item that came up. We have addressed the concerns that the citizens have brought up. So
maybe you didn't speak to people, but I spoke to a number of people.
Okay, we have to discuss calling what?
Sounds like a complete waste of money.
All right, thank you. We have to vote on calling the question
Second.
by Mr. Segrich. All in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Now, on the original motion to approve, was who made the motion? And Ms. May seconded it? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so all in favor of that motion? Aye.
Nay. Nay.
Thank you.
I didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't vote?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
I'm going to vote no on that, but I am going to make another motion. Okay, I'm going to go with what you just said, Stuart, which was when you were going to come back on the 21st with the, I want to go down to the park. I want to go do the walk, and I will do that at your convenience. And I do want to know, because it sounds to me that what the plan is to slowly start to replace the decaying equipment as we go. Is that kind of true?
Is this for the existing Bryant Fitness?
Just with all of the things we're talking about, anything that is decaying, we're trying to either bring it up to safety standards or replace it.
Correct. And
Okay.
we have that in O&M budget, and Chris Hanna, the Parks Superintendent, who's nationally accredited to do that, is working on that.
Right. And so what I would like to make a motion is that we table this until April 21st, when we can do that and come back and we can meet with anybody we want to meet with and come back and vote on it again.
Is there, okay, by motion by Ms. May, second by Ms. Malega. Mr. McCoy, your lights on?
Yeah, I just wanted to call our attention. I don't remember where I saw it, but I do recall seeing an offer from Mr. Craig Foss to help with repairs on the South Bryant Park existing fitness. I believe with some welding, I believe with some sail things. I believe he has some of the technical wherewithal to do some of that. I thought that was a very generous offer and one that we should be very open to. Not everything has to be through a purchase order. It can be through some of the expertise that we have in town too. So I just like to draw that to all of our attention.
Thank you. So all in favor of
Aye.
the new?
Aye.
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 It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Going on to B.
Team, please come to the chamber.
And I have some comments I'd like to start with also.
Before you start, Madam Mayor, we do have some individuals from Ziskovich online.
Okay,
They're
thank you.
on Zoom.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just take my privilege to start with this. I think my feeling about this is, and we started talking about at the beginning, I don't know what we've gotten in terms of what's happened. So, we have really not had any updates from, and we had put them on hold. As I looked through the agenda item and I looked through what phase one of the 3 phases would be, it seems like if they've gotten the information for phase one that they can present to us, here's what, and it's really like, it's an assessment. I don't know that we need, and then it went into design and things like that. So my feeling is see what they've gotten. And I'm a little surprised that we don't have something tonight a product from them, not from them. But my feeling and my own personal direction would be to, I think we can take it from here in terms of the beach properties. So, but that's just my initial thing. So do we have a presentation or how are we going to do this?
Madam Mayor, Stuart Soar, Assistant Director of Leisure Services. I'm going to speak to this because I was pretty much the staff lead while Director McKay was out on maternity leave. So I'll kind of be the lead here. We do have some reps from Ziskovich, and I'll turn over to them here shortly. They do have a presentation, essentially in progress update as to what they have done moving forward. They were pretty much off of the start line for about 100 days, and then February 3rd, they received a pause until post-referendum on March 10th. So we paused them. They did still execute their data collection at street painting because they had already done a legal review of that, and that was kind of already submitted prior to the pause order. So with permission from the city manager, they went ahead and executed that for data collection. In terms of the 5 tasks that they have, they're heavily immersed in task 1 and 2, pretty much a parallel effort in task 2. Task 2 is essentially the community outreach engagement portion, which they have put together a very first-class website that was hyperlinked through our website in terms of data collection, just status where it's at, feedback mechanism, stuff like that. And in terms of an assessment, just a bottom line up front, they've completed approximately about 30% of the work. I will turn it over on the call here. We've got Miss Merrill, I believe Miss Grace, and Leslie, all senior project managers and very senior executives with Ziskovich. So Miss Merrill or Grace, I'll turn it over to you, and your presentation is displaying.
Hang on, Stu, you're saying 30% of phase one?
Of
No.
the totality.
Of the totality.
Okay, and okay, phase one, because there's tasks under the phases. So, yeah.
Right. And we can add some clarity to that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commission, Mayor, City Manager, and staff for having us this evening. Woody wanted to give you an opportunity of an update. Stu, if you could just slip to the next slide as to where we stand with the progress. Want to remind everyone that the purpose of us being part of this process is to create a long-term strategy for implementation for future development and improvements at the beach municipal complex. Meet community needs, create financial sustainability, and protect your coastal asset. And then to also ensure community-based solutions through stakeholder engagement. We're going to do this and have been doing this with collaboration, transparency, and engagement, and that will be how we would like to continue. Next slide, please. You all have seen this timeline structure before. We do have 3 tasks. You see kind of the aqua little sub boxes. We are about 60% of the way through task 1. And we are 20%, let me pull my notes just real fast, sorry. 65% through task 1 and about 20% through task 2, as far as the work that we accomplished till we were asked to pause. Task 1 was to take plus or minus 3 months. Task 2 was to take plus or minus 2 months, and task 3 will take plus or minus 4 months in the process. So we were moving along nicely until we were asked to take a break. Next slide, please. What we accomplished in that timeline was basically we collected a lot of information from both city staff, the building department, past reports, data information, onboarded our teammates as far as our consultants. It is us.
meaning Siskovich, TLC Engineering, who is doing structural and MEP evaluations of the existing structures, Kimley Horn, who did traffic, environmental, civil engineering, and landscape architecture as part of their process. So during the months of November to January, we made site visits, and that's what you see on the 3 columns to the right. Architecturally, we were out there December 4th through the 5th with 4 team members out there on site analyzing the information we provided to make sure that what we got now currently matches. It doesn't in every situation, so we needed to document that. We also were evaluating condition and taking a look at how things stand as far as life safety, as far as ADA compliance, as far as condition. We took hundreds and hundreds of documents and brought those to light, and also created new base files that give you an accurate look at what you're working with and how each space is laid out, so that we can use that as a tool for our documentation moving forward, and also as a tool for our report. Also subsequent to us visiting the site, our engineers from TLC were there on 2 different occasions. On December 9th, they asked if they could come back on January 22nd to double check a few things. So they were out there looking at the MEP and the fire protection infrastructure and the structural conditions. Then on January 21st, Kimley Horn's team went out and took a look at the environmental, traffic, civil engineering, and landscape architecture. This is, multiple crews of multiple design and engineering professionals that have visited the site. Next slide, please. In tandem with this was our pre-outreach activities that were done related to how do we communicate with the community? How do we get the message out? And crafting the message and getting the stakeholder list development, the plan in place, the website, and working with your IT staff and your leisure services staff, and making sure that we got it accomplished. We did establish a primary hub. We have ongoing public access, ways to do Q&A sections. All that is pretty much ready to go. There's the website that you can see where folks can go. It is not currently fully live, but the site's there and ready to go. It's with the stakeholder survey ready to roll. But we were asked to pause. Next slide, please. On January 30th, Siskovich kind of wrapped up our first draft of the conditions report. Simultaneously, we got the reports from our TLC for the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection and structural. On February 3rd, we were asked to take a pause, knowing that a lot of the legwork had been done and those reports were moments away. We did allow the environmental, traffic, and civil engineers to turn in their proposals literally, over a weekend, and get those in so that we had that kind of stopping point and we could wait. What we have not done yet is take all of that collateral information, put it in a nicely clean package that's really explanatory so that you guys will understand exactly what the existing conditions are, and make some recommendations of what really needs to be looked at, assessed, accomplished, and taken care of. So at the end of the day, there will be a list of here's what we see, here's what we recommend, so that you all can then make informed decisions. Next slide, please. The only other thing that we've done since that February 3rd date is we were asked to continue to go out to the street painting festival. And we did was attend both days. We were there to make sure that we could start the public outreach conversation and hear for ourselves firsthand input on it. We had surveys available for folks to do either live or through a QR code so that we could gain the wisdom of this kind of once in a year opportunity for us to have some FaceTime with the community. And at that point, then we have been waiting for direction. Next slide. And that's where we stand. We are basically, we need to package everything together, but we have been kind of in a standstill since almost now just over 2 months. And we're looking forward to hearing the next steps that you would like us to achieve.
Thank you. I see a lot of lights on. I don't know who. Oh, Mr. Mupor. Okay, but please, again, we've got a hard, let's try to be as efficient as we can. Everyone. Let's do a 5-minute time. Madam Clerk, can you do 5 minutes? If we don't, just to see how it goes.
I can, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I understand that a given commissioner or vice mayor or whatever may have travel plans and whatnot, but that should not govern how we make decisions here and what information we entertain. That's not appropriate. I had to bust my butt to get back here. We make arrangements. That's just, I'm upsetting.
Talk about that.
I'm not happy, not comfortable with, somebody's schedule dictating how the whole commission.
Let's do 5 and then we'll see how it goes.
All right. So, I noticed in one of the early slides here, well, first, let me state one thing. I don't think we should really be making any decisions about this in any form without a simple list that's provided us with plenty of time to look it over, a list that kind of lists, not a PowerPoint presentation, just a spreadsheet list of what things have been done in some reasonable sized chunks and what are proposed, and where, check off the ones that have been done and what those that are proposed to
I
pending.
think we asked for that earlier.
Madam Mayor, can you please not interrupt?
I'm
Thank
just
you.
saying we've asked for that. That's all.
Can you please not interrupt? Thank you. I saw in one of the slides, so I really think we are not in a position to make much decision on this. I do have a concern. One of the early slides in the presentation, which was not in the backup, we have not seen before, mentioned something about community input. We have had extremely clear community input on March 10th. Almost no elections happen 80-20%. This community made it very clear that this is a public park. Don't mess with it. I believe that jives quite well with what I think was the director of Ziskovich said to us in one of our meetings. And that was before this election. I'm not sure that you need our services. We went down a path at $500,000 or 700,000 at one point, $750,000 to plan things that the community had already in various ways made very clear we're not on the table for this community at the beach. It's a public park. It is not our most valuable property to extract money out of. And it upsets me that we went down a path. I believe I might have voted to go on the first phase because I was assured that what we would do is collect data that we need to know anyhow about the current condition of the place and so on. Okay, but when you need a hammer, you don't bring a sledgehammer. Ziskovich is a very sophisticated, high-end, planned big projects kind of thing. If all they're doing is gathering data together, that probably could have been done a lot cheaper with many different firms, or maybe just with the subcontractors for it. Which brings me back to, we need a list of what's been done. Do we need all of that? A thoughtful analysis by staff of, okay, do they need to polish it up into a nice looking website? I kind of don't think so. Some sort of maybe a table of contents of where do I find, if I need to go look up what the status of MMPs or whatever it is. Yeah, it's in box number 6 or wherever it is, bin number 6. I think it's a little unfair for us to come down hard on Ziskovich because I think my colleagues here gave poor direction and did a very poor job of reading the community as to what people wanted. And they went ahead with it anyhow. I don't consider that fiscally responsible operation for the city. I don't think we should blame all of it on Ziskovich. I think at this point, let's get the list, detailed list. We look at it again, figure out, is there anything else that we need him to do? Obviously, we need to pay him for the work done. That's only fair and reasonable. But let's make a decision on how we move forward based on some concrete information presented to us with enough time that we can review it and ask questions. That is not our situation right now.
Thank you. And like I said, I mean, I believe that when we talked about it at the beginning of this meeting, just to go forward, I don't think we're going to have a decision tonight. I think we all agreed that we do need exactly that, a list, just what have they done and what's the product that they can present at this point. I don't know if Miss May or Miss Malega was next, but
Vice Mayor May was.
Vice Mayor May.
Sounds so weird. It's funny because a lot of the times we get this, and I know it is our job to make decisions, but I think we need more recommendations. We need staff to talk to us, and we need staff to go back and meet with them and find out the answers to the questions. I don't think it's fair to ask Siskovic to answer these questions tonight. I want a recommendation from you guys. I want you to come to us and I want you to say, this is what they've done. This is what we feel we need to have done. This is the data that we need. I mean, because it sounds to me like they're doing some studies that's going to tell us if we have health and safety issues there. We cannot not get those studies done. So personally, I'm not comfortable with the amount of information we have. And so I would like to come back. Now, the next one is going to be to pay them. We absolutely pay them the 121,000, whatever it is. But I can't make a decision without staff's input. So I'm kind of going to put it back on staff. We need more. We need more information. And we need recommendations because you guys are the professionals. I mean, I would prefer you to come in and say, okay, this is what they've done. These are your choices. Choose from A, B, C, D. Kind of like we did with the, I know it's a horrible thing to bring up, but the parking garage. I would rather have research done, research-based decision-making, as opposed to us up here kind of trying to flail around and figure it out because it's not productive.
Thank you. Yeah, and in terms of the pay, I mean, we stopped them in February, so they haven't finished phase one yet. And the phase one payment is $122,000. So, right. Well, I think they said they still have things to do for phase one. Ms. Malega.
Thank you. So what I think we should do moving forward is I agree that anybody who does work in the city needs to get paid. If we want people to answer RFPs, if we want people to come work for the city of Lake Worth Beach, we have to pay our invoices. Floating somebody since February as a small business owner is unexcusable. And I'm just going to be very honest. We have to be very cautious with our residents' funds and government funds. But at the same time, integrity is everything when you are signing these contracts. And if we want people to come here and do work in this city, we need to keep our integrity. We have a great rating on our credit rating. That's fabulous. But for a small business owner, $120,000 may sound like a small chunk of change. It's not when you have payroll to do. So I want to thank the organization for all their work that they've done and for still showing up at the Street Painting Festival and giving up their time because they've already paid all their people. They're not letting their employees say, wait until the city decides if they're going to pay us or not. So that's on us. I'm not very happy that this invoice, but at the same time, I'm going to put the other hat on. If I want to get paid, I give a detailed invoice. Right. And when I say detailed, down to the minutia of the details, because if I would need to get paid ASAP, I want to make sure there's no questions asked. Okay, here's what we've paid, here's what we've done. So it's both of our responsibilities, but 100%, I'm going to say invoices here, get them paid. I do think that we need input from our staff. I'm not going to say that I want everything from the staff because we, again, went out and had Valentina put together an RFP and we sat here and we graded people in this commission. And I don't know if it's this room, kind of like 17M gets everybody pregnant. I think it's this room with we just can't follow through with anything. And I'm very frustrated because we sat here and we hired this firm to go out and do the work way before we talked about any referendums or if the sky in the pie things that happen in March. We hired them well before a referendum, meaning we had a plan. We got a little distracted by a referendum, but we're still moving the city forward. That property needs to be upkept. It needs to be activated. It should be making us money, not losing us money. It is an eyesore. It's embarrassing at this point. When we had the luncheon for the League of Cities, I was praying that nobody walked past that big pool. I'm like, please, everybody go up the stairs. Please. I really wish we would have put like a blockade so nobody could go back there. It was embarrassing that we've had this pool sitting here for this long. So I do support having staff give us some of your expertise. I would like to have this brought back ASAP for a decision on moving forward with the additional phases. But I'm not in favor of saying, well, we had this thing on March 10th and it didn't work out, so we're going to stop everything. And no, we need to move forward. We are a city that needs to make decisions. I support paying them. I support making sure that we're dotting the I's and crossing the T's with these invoices. But at the same time, you guys, if we want people answering RFPs, we can't be up here teeter-tottering all the time.
Thank you. And one thing that we also do have, I mean, that sad hulk of the pool that many of us swam in for many, many years is disheartening to look at. And we also have to bear in mind that no matter what we do up there, whether it's break that up and fill it in, that in itself is going to be a big expense. It's going to cost, it's going to, so we have to, what I'm told by Mr. Brown is that any money that comes to do that is going to come out of our fund to work with the school board for the pool. So but we got to get rid of that big hole and hopefully have a green space and have a lovely spot. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some questions for our friends at Ziskovich. Just because Vice Mayor May brought up, she thinks that new studies and studies on safety are important. Are you guys doing any new studies?
Well, we did a conditions assessment of
So you're
everything
just,
as it
you're just
currently
looking
is.
at all the old studies, correct?
No, that is not true. We visited the site on multiple occasions, both Ziskovich, TLC, and Kimley Horn.
So you're doing new studies.
New studies. You are getting a report that is basically our field observations as to what you guys have, your condition today. Those studies you have are 2 years, 4 years, 10 years, back.
Okay.
We're
So-
looking
so-
at it as of this moment.
Sorry, Meryl, and to add to that, commissioners, when we met to discuss the scope of work, we heard from staff, we heard from commissioners that there were a lot of prior studies that existed, but were fragmented, outdated, or insufficient for decision-making, and that due to limited staff capacity and knowledge, right, we brought together a very integrated team with areas of different expertise, that the need was to analyze and integrate all the different components and look at what you had this asset and evaluate it in terms of the conditions of the facility.
Okay. Do you have any deliverables ready?
So we do not at this moment because
Okay.
we were paused.
Yep.
We got all the draft reports from all the individual consulting teams. Again, I mentioned that we needed to package that up and make our final report and our recommendations given the existing conditions. Right?
Understood.
Okay.
I'm trying to be brief just because I know we have short
Thank
time. So, in terms of if we were to hit the go button again, has this pause impacted your ability to complete phase one within budget?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. So in terms of this project, I was against it since the beginning. I still am against it. There are certain aspects of it that I felt were important. Primarily, most of those are inside of phase one. If it is our commission's desire and the majority is going to move forward, I'm not going to vote to move forward on it. I never voted to move forward on it. I'm not teeter-tottering on this, but if this commission is going to decide that anyway, what does it matter what their detailed invoice is today if you guys are going to continue to move forward? Because if they're going to be on time, on budget for your phase one deliverables, you might as well just continue if that's what you guys want to do, continue. If we are thinking of halting it, then I think it becomes very important what the detailed itemized, list of things that have been completed to date. Based on what they've said and based on what the deliverables are, and I've checked out the website and verified as much as I possibly could, I think if we are going to stop it, it makes sense to complete phase one.
Absolutely.
100%. So kind of keeping it simple, I think we can make a decision today, because unless we're saying kill the whole thing, which I don't hear from my colleagues, then it's a choice of complete phase one and end, or move forward and do all phases. Either of those choices has nothing to do with whether or not their $121,000 invoice is 100% accurate as it is of today, if they're going to be on budget for the full deliverables. All we're doing is going to delay this several more weeks and add it to another agenda. I would look at, and to Commissioner Malega's point about voting for something and then not having the invoices paid and having the money in limbo and so on. And I did speak with our intern, with the assistant city manager today about this topic. To me, it's a process problem on our end. We shouldn't be voting to execute on a project and not also appropriating the funds. Had we done that in this case, we wouldn't be having this conversation today of a pause and a reset and a start. And did they complete 65% of phase one, or is it 67, or is it really 50, and getting that detailed. And even though in this case, it wouldn't have worked in the favor of what I wanted, but as a process, I would look at and my colleagues and say, do we want to direct staff as a matter of policy or a suggestion that when we are taking on projects like this, that we also have the appropriations resolution prepared to sign off on when we sign off on the project? Is that something that you guys would like to give direction to staff on?
Well, isn't this in the budget? I believe we did said.
Well, we voted on this,
Yeah.
and then we appropriated in February.
Right.
We voted in August, I believe, and then it wasn't until February until we had the appropriation of it.
Okay, great. And I believe that we should finish because and I agree with you that phase one is the most important one in terms of what we need, which is the assessment. I'm gonna. You didn't by any chance do an assessment of the physical condition of the pool, did you?
We do have the old reports, and really it has, yes, we reviewed it.
Okay.
But it has structurally
No new
failed.
information. All
It
right.
has structurally failed. We did go out there, we analyzed it, but to bring an aquatics person in to say it's done doesn't make sense,
No,
It's done. It's clearly structurally failed. Mechanically, the systems are all gone like that. So yes, we're gonna speak to it in our report, but it is not, it is beyond
Okay.
repair.
Yeah. That was my understanding. I just wanted to, I guess I had to hear it one more time. Ms. May, are you done, Mr. Segrich?
No, but did you want to make a comment?
No, the red light. Do you have is the button doesn't work? No. Maybe that needs to be recharged. Sure. Good evening. But Ms. May has a real.
Just want to ask something that Anthony brought up, because you were saying to finish phase one, but I believe in the presentation you guys said, or task one, that you guys said that the task part of phase one was. Can you go back to that? Because you said something about part of phase one and part of phase two were done.
65%. And
Right,
I
so
addressed that
they-
verbally. We've completed 65%
Right.
of task one and 20% of task.
Oh, and all these tasks are in the phase one task, or the phase one portion of the task order?
Correct.
Thank you.
Phase
Thank you
one
for
is what
clarifying that.
Task order one is.
So if we went with phase one, we finish at the 473, 120, 160.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, I'm confused because my understanding the whole project was for there.
Phase
Grace,
one has
I
three
don't think,
tasks.
I don't think they could hear you.
Did you want to make a comment?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're not hearing Grace.
Please.
Good evening, Assistant
Yep.
Finance Director, Budget, Monica McNaughton. I was just going to add to your question about the appropriating the funds. Yes, we've actually updated our process, and that's going to be our new process, just to make things
Yeah.
smoother. We generally.
Monica, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we've lost her.
Yeah, it was turned on, but something wasn't working.
Talking to mine.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good evening, Assistant Finance Director, Budget, Monica McNaughton. To the question about the budget appropriation, the resolution following the items. Previously, we would do quarterly budget appropriations, but going forward, this has identified the need to do something more frequently. So we'll be doing it along with the item. We'll bring forward the resolution and budget appropriation. So thank you for the feedback.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So to just kind of clarify my comments, the project is broken out into phase 1 and phase 2. We did vote on going forward with phase 1, which is the 473,000, right? I was against it. I still am against it. I think we've gotten far enough along in task 1 that it would be inappropriate not to finish it and get those deliverables, because to me, there is value in those deliverables for task 1. I still do not believe we should be moving forward with this. So I would only vote to finish task 1, pay for task 1 and the 20% of task 2 that's already been completed. Anything else I would be a no vote for, but that's where I stand on it. And I think we can make this decision today, because the information we're missing is just the detailed invoice of what that $121,000 is. And if we are continuing forward on completing the one task, we just have to trust them that they did 20% of task 2. And you only have to look at the website and see the survey there to know that they did that work, So I really think we should vote on this tonight and move it forward versus delaying it yet another couple of weeks. But that's how I stand on it.
Your suggestion is to finish task 1 of phase 1.
That would be my recommendation, is that's what we do, and then we end the project. But obviously the commission went in a different direction the past 2 times we talked about it. So would love to hear what other people think.
And that includes the subtasks, correct?
Yes, task 1
Yeah.
with all 4 subtasks.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. McBoy's light was on. Miss Malega, did you speak yet?
I did. I don't know
She
how much
spoke.
time I have left.
Okay, I don't know. All right, let's just keep
Yeah.
moving along.
I'm glad that there's clarification that we're talking about tasks within phase 1. I would agree with Commissioner Segrich that the primary usefulness to us at this point is the items of task 1. The other tasks are opportunities assessment, development options. We were told repeatedly that if we constrict leases at the beach or anywhere else to less than 99 years, no business opportunities exist. So to me, it makes no sense whatsoever to do further assessments of development opportunities. I don't have the language right in front of me, but there are clearly things in here that do not make sense after the election that was the very clear vote that was in. I want to draw attention to what I heard from several of my commissioners here, who mentioned that an election, listening to the voters, forcing something to go out in the voters when the city pitched it a certain direction, and we're told resoundingly, no, that's not the direction we want. For fellow commissioners to insult the voters by calling that a distraction is, to me, mind-boggling and really irresponsible in terms of good governance and leading the community. We have gone down a path that there were indications before that election. Many people came here and have come over decades and said what they wanted at the beach. And 4 of the members or others of the members other than me wanted to go ahead. I am absolutely a no on $400,000 to move forward for development opportunities, and as opportunities assessment development options makes no sense at all. The reason that I would differ slightly from Commissioner Segrich on, it's not about the invoice and what to pay. That's not my concern. My concern is to make sure that we do get something useful out of the money that we've spent. Let's get a detailed list of what has been done, a list of what are the things that relate to assessment of the current thing, sort of technical evaluations that might be useful in the circumstance where we're not moving forward with some big development project up there. I want to know, partly from staff, partly from Ziskovich, what are the things that ought to be done to round that out, recognizing results of that election and the message that it sent. Even if our commission doesn't recognize it, the community has clearly spoken, and that should be listened to, especially since part of the project was to assess what the community wants.
Right.
Well, that's been done.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
My only question was on 20% of task 2, subtask 2.3A is workshop with commissioners and key city staff.
We've not.
And I wish that we could have that part, because if we want to know from staff, I think that it would be beneficial for staff to sit down with Ziskovich and go over these reports. So I would be in favor of that subtask 2.3A being completed. Just so staff has the knowledge and we have the knowledge through staff and through this workshop. It says workshop with commissioners and key city staff. I think that that would have just as much value to go over the reports than us just to get a report on a piece of paper.
Right.
So I would be in favor
I'm
of,
okay with that.
supporting that task to be completed as well. I just think it's important for us to be able to move it forward either way of not completing the rest of task 3 or going into phase 2. I think that should be our stop point personally.
Thank you. Now, I also, if we're talking about phase 1, doing all the 4 tasks, the one that I think is
3 tasks.
very important is number 1.4, which is the SWOT analysis, which is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I'm assuming that that will be part of your report for what you've done in phase 1, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what we're talking about. So, and I don't think, I think we're all in agreement that we've changed our direction, which is fine. Mr. McVoy seems to not like the democratic process of an election. He just seems to, but that's fine. We had an election. We asked a
That's
question.
a total
We asked a
misrepresentation.
question. Mr. McVoy.
No, you
You're
interrupted
interrupted
me.
me.
That's a total misrepresentation of what I said. I think the election results very much need to be listened to. I'm astounded that the rest of the commission isn't listening to
Well,
them.
actually, I disagree
I'd
with
like
you
to
on
make
that.
a motion
Yeah, thank you.
to approve the existing bill that we owe,
Right.
to approve the work to be completed in task 1, all subtask 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, and task 2, subtask 2.3, workshop with commissioners and key city staff to be approved.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, Ms. May?
I'd like to hear from staff.
Okay.
And there's public comment.
Oh, there is public comment.
Tell me, because I don't want to get into our one-on-one and hear, well, you guys really should have done X. And we need advice. If we do that, will we get the information that we're looking for? Or is there something in here that you guys see that we're missing? That's my question.
Stuart Swartz, Assistant Director of Leisure Services. So I've been the lead staff planner and rep on the ground with Ziskovich. I've personally gone down there for numerous of their site assessments and supervised them. So hearing the feedback from the commission, we can put together a very clean spreadsheet, kind of delineating where they're at. So it's clean for me as I look at it. I've been living it. So for me, I understand it a little easier. So we'll clean that up. We owe that. In terms of, options, like we haven't really got into that. But having seen some of the things that are going to come up in the report, I think it'll make it very easy for us to make decisions on a way forward, and staff can use their expertise to make recommendations to the electeds.
So you think the motion that was just made will give us enough information to move forward and make some decisions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
Good. Yeah. I mean, we put a question out to the public and the public answered the question. It's just quite that simple. We have public comment from here and we have public comment. Do we have public comment from the clerk?
We do. I have 2.
Oh, Okay, and I've got three. Ms. Fisher's first, and then Ms. Powell, and then Ms. Colmeyer.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North Hague Street. On December 3rd, 2024, motion made by Commissioner McVoy and seconded by Commissioner Diaz to approve professional services agreement with Zykovich. Vote was 5-0. So there's the vote. There's who made the motion and what happened to get us started on this. I'm tired of hearing that we've never had an 80-20 or almost 80-20 election. We're forgetting about a little thing that's turning pink down the road called the Gulf Stream, where there was a referendum regarding height for the Gulf Stream that came in at close to 80-20 in favor. And after that, someone who keeps talking about 80-20 spent a lot of time fighting against what the people wanted. Well documented in terms of pup tents and vacant lots and calls to creditors and everything else. But as far as this is concerned, I agree with where you're going so far. I would ask, are they looking at the pier? Because it's part of the property. And you just approved another assessment on the pier. So I would hope that we're not
double dipping.
I can speak for myself, thank you. We are not spending money we don't need to. And for those who may have been sitting up on the commission, when the casino was renovated, when it was really destroyed and should have been classified as being a total brand new build and have pilings under it, which does not, and is now causing a problem. We need that information because there was a lot of value engineering at that time.
There sure was. Thank you.
Can they answer her question? Can I ask staff to answer her question?
They'll get in touch with her.
No, I'm saying about the pier. I think it's a legitimate question. Are they analyzing the pier too?
Siskovich?
Siskovich.
I think it's a legitimate question.
I do too.
Yeah.
Grace, did you guys analyze anything with the pier or are you just doing the land?
We did take a look at the restaurant and some of the pier that we could actually see from immediately to the shore.
Okay. So in the report, are we going to be looking at any structural analysis of the pier in any way?
Not in detail from front to bottom, but some general conditions.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer. You're up.
Ginny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I agree with some of it, and it's essentially stopping it, but proceeding with just the things so that we can finish up what's been done, the assessment and recommendations and a report, and an itemized list of what's been done. Not necessarily in that order, but because there is some information that we need and will be valuable. To me, the ballroom, get it rented. I spoke in front of this commission probably close to 10 years ago, and it was like, pick the low-hanging fruit and get that ballroom rented. We've lost money on that for 10, 13 years, something like that, since it's been, vacant from the very beginning. Commissioner Segers said at one of his town halls that nobody could get a CO on that room until the pool was removed or something was done with that. That's the first time I ever heard that, because 10 years ago when I spoke, that never came up that I know of. I agree with Vice Mayor Maliga. It is a bit of an eyesore, but I disagree. I think our beach is still great. It's a very low-key beach. There's a lot of really good things. And I do get upset sometimes when people continually cut down our town. Obviously, a large percentage of the people who live here and voted like it, pretty much like it is. Okay, so the ballroom, we need to figure that out, get that rented. We need to do something with the pool. There was a Facebook post that said something about turning it into a skateboard park. Maybe that would be cheaper than removing it. I don't know. And then the landscaping, I just want you to be aware that the tree board using tree canopy restoration money, paid for a study and a review of the beach landscaping about 3 years ago, I think it was. And the kind of condition it was in, we felt like it was being poorly maintained. It needed a lot of work. Plants
Thank you.
were
That's
dying.
time.
So there is a report out there. We paid $1,000 for it. I thought for $1,000, it was pretty good. A professional horticulturist did that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Colmeyer?
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I don't think I ever heard anyone here suggest that you should not pay the bill, 121,000. I didn't hear anybody say that.
No.
So I've heard a lot of people talk today about listening to people, and you're doing this particular project. Its first phase was data collection, and you're talking about community outreach and how important it is to listen to people, and how you've heard the vote, heard the people when they voted. And I want to refer you to the 2022 charrette, which Commissioner Segwich and Vice Mayor May were not here for, I don't think, as commissioners. You were a commissioner then?
No, not.
Yeah, I meant as on the commission. So as I've said before, that charrette lasted over a week. Many people from the community came. It was open all day for a whole week. People could go in, talk to experts, architects, designers. There was presentation following January to the commission. The commission said they would do an RFP. Using the recommendations of that report. The thrust of the results were that people wanted mostly low-rise, incremental development. And the RFP was in the process of being produced, and W Motor came along and it was dropped. Just dropped. No follow-through. That charrette, don't think it cost that much money, actually, but it was so well run and so comprehensive and included everybody, people who could come in on the weekend, people outside working hours.
Thank you. That's time.
So I would suggest you revisit the results of that charrette and listen to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? You're up. You're muted, though.
Sorry. The first comment that I have is from Richard Mahler, 1767 15th Avenue. I want to speak in opposition to continuing the cycle of endless consultants, evaluations, and proposals for the municipal beach complex. It feels like every 3 to 5 years, we find ourselves right back in the same place, commissioning another study, another visioning process, another consultant, and another round of recommendations for the beach complex. At some point, we have to ask, when does this stop? The vendor is already due $121,189.35 for the work completed under task order number 1. If this continues, there is still $351,932.25 remaining under this authorization. That is more than $350,000 in taxpayer dollars that could be used right now for real improvements instead of more reports and presentations. And frankly, at a certain point, can we just trust staff to make these decisions and generate reports? Do we really need to keep paying outside consultants to tell us what experienced staff and the public can already see? It does not take a consultant to identify the obvious. The casino building needs stucco repairs, particularly on the columns and second floor facades. The second floor does not adequately meet the needs of large-scale events for either our community or outside organizations. We do not have enough staff to properly activate the space and maximize its revenue potential. And in an astonishing omission, this review does not appear to include any structural analysis of the pier, arguably one of the most critical assets in need of repair, aside from the former pool. Instead of projecting decades into the future with concepts and wish lists that may never materialize, let's get back to basics and address the needs that exist right now. That is the end of that comment. The next comment I have is from Nancy Udell at 1131 North Federal Highway. This contract should be terminated. We certainly do not need to spend $473,000 on another consultant. This contract seems to anticipate a large-scale redevelopment of the beach complex. This is a waste of taxpayer money since it seems clear no one wants that. Isn't there some better use this money can be put to? Take the $473,000 and put it towards fixing the roof on the annex building. That amount of money could have repaired the original problem at the pool 3 times over. I believe this commission can do better and be more responsible stewards of our tax dollars. We don't need another consultant. We just need common sense. That's my last comment on this.
Oh, thank you. Really, I was waiting with bated breath. Okay, so has anyone made a motion? Oh, Mr. Segridge, here you go. Let's one more. Let's go.
Just very quickly to address a couple of things. The comment I made about the building, it's actually the casino building itself that doesn't have a CO. The individual businesses were granted use and occupancy, but the building itself does not have a CO until that pool is removed. I did want to, just because we are talking about that building, maybe ask that staff give us an update, because we did put forth that we wanted to do an RFP for the use of that ballroom, and we've yet to see that come back. So maybe in our one-on-ones, we can get an update of when exactly that's going to come, and if there's anything holding that back.
I think we did.
We did. We already put it out
A while ago.
Not sure.
Did
I know
we?
talked about it?
Did we?
Tiana
Get
McKay, Director of
No
Leisure
responses
Services.
to it. I think we had no responses to it.
The I-10 for the casino ballroom.
Mhm.
That's on the agenda for the 21st.
Okay.
Somebody made a suggestion.
So it hasn't been put out yet, right?
Right.
No.
Correct. Okay. All right. So that's coming on the 21st for those that are concerned about the ballroom not getting utilized. If we could also get a copy of that report from the tree board for those of us that weren't here, forwarding that would be greatly appreciated, as well as a copy of the 2022 charrette results and report to have that sent to us that weren't here for that. And the analysis of the pier, we do have a detailed project on that. So anyway, that
would be replication. Okay.
And we did have a first and second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Right. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Okay, so we have a motion. Did somebody say the motion again?
Of short memory, can you repeat your motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry. Sure. All tax 1.
We can't hear you, Mr. Perry.
As your mic's not on.
We're finishing out all
There we
phase
go.
1.
Yeah.
And then we're going to skip to subtask 2.2.
2.2 or 3.
Reason I'm asking is because I'm reading
2.3A.
2.38, but we were going to, because I was looking at subtask 2.1 and just what they will be providing us, I think would be important. I think it's something we might want to consider. Maybe not, but I do think we at least want to know some of the options that when they put their detailed report together, or some of the options that they could recommend. Just a recommendation sitting here looking at it, that I think that might be
The
beneficial to the
zones,
city.
identifying zones, the different
Correct.
zones.
No build scenario.
Correct.
But
Okay.
Just a recommendation to look at it.
Mr. McCoy?
yeah, I hear Mr. Perry's suggestion, but I would note that we'll define up to 3 planning scenarios or approaches for it. These may include no build scenario. That seems to be what the vote from the community expressed. A hybrid scenario, which was not expressed by the community, or a public-private partnership, which I'm told is not possible if you don't have 99-year leases. So that's off the table too. And the community said no to that. So I would be very cautious about putting money into, again, anything that goes in the direction of the original contract, which was in the context of we're going to do some major development at the beach. We've clearly said, no, we're not going to do that. or told that we can't because nobody wants less than 99-year leases. So why would we spend taxpayer money to analyze scenarios that are not going to go anywhere? I'm all for providing technical information. You know, does the stucco need fixing to the whatevers? Yes, it would be nice to have pilings under the building, but I suspect we're not going to do that as a retrofit. But it, you know, yeah, let's go ahead and hear about it. But technical stuff relating to it, but not. I'm opposed to going down pathways that we've already.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And maybe there is some public-private partnership that would be willing to go for a general election, but I don't disagree with you. And my vision right now is to have more green space, to have maybe a little pavilion for and a splash pad so that kids can get wet at the beach. But I don't disagree. We don't, the public-private partnership will come if it comes. So, and I tend to agree with you, Mr. McVoy. Well, I think, but anybody else have any? Again, it's 8:00 now.
We have a motion and a second.
In a
on the
second.
floor.
Okay, so
Can you say what the motion is, just real quickly?
My motion was to pay the existing 121 and change, and to continue moving forward to complete,
All of task 1, I think.
hang on, all of task 1, task 2, subtask 2.3A, workshop with commissioners and
Yep.
key city staff.
Okay.
okay. And
And I had a second. I think it was
who seconded it?
I second that.
Okay,
Commissioner
Mr.
Segridge.
Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, folks from Siskovich. And we will all be talking to each other.
Thank you.
So next one is C, Resolution 1226, authorizing a fourth budget amendment for fiscal year operating and capital budget. And this has to do with the 121.
and the
Can I make a motion?
45,000.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we,
So
can
can-
we?
Can I
split
make a
out?
motion? Yeah, I'm going to
Can we
make a motion that does that.
Thank you.
Okay, so according to what we've done so far tonight, I'm going to make a motion that we hold off on the $45,000 until you guys come back to next time, and that we approve the 121, 189.35. My question is, and if in order to make what we just voted on happen, do we need the entire 473, 121?
Stewart Source Assistant Director, I think Monica's going to speak to that.
I think we need an it's kind of hard to break it out
I
because
know.
it's task 1 is about 150-ish thousand. And then you move on to task 2 and I think it was 120 something. Plus needs to probably be about 12,000 in contingency. That was just looking at that 22.
So
So
a bill.
Hold on, hold on.
So you have the bill for the 121, but
Right.
altogether, I'm estimating you need about 286,000. But again, that's a high estimate because that includes
So
all of
I'll make
task
a
1
motion.
and
So I'm going to
2.
make a motion that we don't pay the 45,000, right? We don't put that on.
Yes.
And we approve up to 300,000
Okay.
in order to cover the motion and the decision that we just made.
And I don't think it'll be that much. But yes,
But if we do
can
up
appropriate-
to,
we can
and
appropriate.
then you'll tell us exactly, itemize what we
They
are
would be the
paying.
invoices, yes.
So that is my motion.
So 300K would be for the amendment.
The top end, obviously the 121, 189.35 comes off the top.
Of course.
And then what's left over, you guys will work on how exactly is that going to be allocated towards finishing the tasks that have been approved. And that is my motion.
And do we have a second for that motion?
We'll
By Ms.
second that with the caveat that before that up to is spent, that the city commission gets a detailed itemized bill.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
For the
For those-
first work or for the
For
second
the
or
total.
Yeah.
Okay, for
I
so
agree.
you'll-
For the total of what we
you'll bring that back.
approved.
But the 121 we're paying.
121 we're paying. I was saying for the
But we
rest
need
of the
to-
work that we just approved.
Are
Right.
you but you're looking for an itemized bill up to, even for the 121?
No.
We have a copy of it. We have a copy. There's a copy. We can get that.
Yeah,
Um,
but for the continuing work of the tasks that we just approved, even though it's an up to, we would like to see an itemized bill before that is approved, fine, and checks are written.
Okay, so we'll appropriate the 300.
Right.
We'll bring back before you spend anything additional. Once you get the invoices, you'll bring those back.
Okay. So that's a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I think
Mr. McVoy? Oh,
Oh, other people get to talk?
Do you want to vote, Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, just, I'm quite alarmed that we all of a sudden, we're all in agreement on 121. We're in agreement to limit it to task one. I think we've been told that most of task one is done. And suddenly we're moving from a number in the order of 121,000 up to 300. I very much need to see exactly what's been done and what's more, and make sure that we're not, I thought we were going to be, maybe 150 or something or other. And now all of a sudden,
So if you
we're
look at the
sliding a lot
backup
more. So
tax, if you look at the backup task 2, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's
22,000
Yes.
95.
Yes.
All of task 2
Yes.
3 components.
yes. So I can't break that up, but I think that thank you.
And
Right,
so they
but
would have done.
I think they're going
25%
to
of it.
work
but the
with
part of task two that we're interested in is they come and give us an educational presentation. That doesn't sound like $100,000 or
They
$50,000.
also said they've done 25% of task 2 so far.
That would be in the 121.
I can't speak to that. I'm sorry. I don't.
All right, I'm just
I'm
concerned.
just looking at the
Price creep
Okay.
happening
And we're going to ask to see what the bills are and how they.
before we pay anything above the 121.
All right.
Okay.
That's
So just to confirm, Madam Mayor, we'll pay 121.
Yes.
And then we'll bring you back the difference and outline exactly
Not to
what
exceed three.
they're going to do and not to exceed.
Yeah.
That would for the commission.
So we have a motion. We have a second. Mr. Segridge's ladies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern with the not to exceeds is it's been the habit of, however we want to say it, to spend every cent of the not to exceed. I've been told things like, don't care what they do with their itemized bill, so long as it's not with the not to exceed. I have a real problem with that. For me, the math is simple here. Task one's 150,710. We allocate for that. Task two's 122,095. We're only doing 2 out of the 3 essentially there. One being prep for the meeting, the other having the meeting. Let's allocate for that and make the number, what is that? 172,000, 173. Call it, we'll give a little contingency, 275,000. I really don't want to put the extra 25,000 out there. And I feel if we do that, then we don't have to come back again and have another vote on this topic. Essentially task item 2 is prep for the meeting and have the meeting. And then there's that 2.1, which I would assume takes up a good amount of time. But if we do that, we're protecting ourselves. Should be plenty of room because as Ziskovich said, they're on time, on budget. And I know it's only 25,000, but this way it doesn't have to come back to us. I feel comfortable at not coming back. So I'd ask that my colleagues amend it to be 275,000 and then we don't have to see it.
Ms. May?
So I was the motion maker and I will amend my motion to be 275.
I will second that.
Okay, so all in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the amendment, just for the record, I want to make sure Shayla gets this because the amendment is amended. So the total for the amendment number 4 is 275,000.
Total.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, D, finalization of ordinance number 2026. Please read by title. Madam Attorney?
The ordinance isn't numbered as of yet, Madam Mayor.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's not, okay.
Yeah, when we
Some
bring it back
ordinance
for
of the city.
first reading, it'll be numbered.
Okay.
It's just going.
This is just
through the
discussion.
advisory board.
This is for discussion? Okay, well, I think we should still read it.
I'd be happy to.
I know you would.
Sure. Ordinance number 2026, yet to be finished numbered, of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing section 2-9 and articles 5, 9, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, and 23 of Chapter 2, and sections 13-1, 13-2, 13-3, and 13-4 of Chapter 13, and adding a new Article 4 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances regarding agencies, boards, and committees of the city, including procedures for the appointments of members and terms of office, attendance and residency requirements of members, and the powers and duties of all agencies, boards, and committees of the city. providing for severability, repeal, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Anybody have any comment? I have one, two very brief comments that I'd like to just get out there. One is, on the CRA, we didn't take the language out with the CRA about, director of a corporation that we took out in the others.
Can you give us a line?
It's Division
There's no
3.
line.
It's division page 8 of an ordinance. I mean, if you look up at the top, it's page 8. Division 3 agencies.
Yeah, Division 3.
Yeah.
Got it.
Owning, just a second line on B, owning a business, practicing, the third line, serving as an officer or director of a corporation or other business.
The membership criteria for the CRA is defined by statute. That's right.
I also think that some here, I didn't see it, but I think that it should be noted that each of these boards is subject to the Sunshine Law, just so that there's no confusion. Does anybody else have anything? Yeah, Mr. Segrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on page 7, talking about the tree and landscape board.
Yep.
One of the item, part C down there, item 2 towards the bottom of the page, talks about consistency with the University of Florida's Florida Friendly Landscape Program. So by state statute, we have to adopt ordinances and policies that are in accordance to Florida Friendly Landscape principles. And that is defined by the state. The Florida Friendly Landscape Program by the University of Florida is a University of Florida program. It is not the state statute. I've brought this up before. I'm very uncomfortable with having a university program basically directly referenced from our ordinances as something that we need to follow. Now, it's also referenced in our landscape code, and I hope when we do the review of that, we modify it. But in terms of what we're asking of the Tree and Landscape Board, I don't think we should be referencing it to the university program at all. I think it needs to be the state statute, because the two are very different. And I really believe that some of the things coming out of that program are the source of a lot of the really nitpicky stuff in our landscape code that gets into people's backyards and causes stuff that's fairly unenforceable. Talking about the number of inches of mulch to have around a tree in your backyard and so on. That's kind of where that comes from. So I am not in favor of adding that underneath the Tree and Landscape Advisory Board. Also,
Let me just, what are you suggesting as a replacement? You said
the Florida Friendly Landscape Principles, the state statute.
I'm looking to Ginny.
So there's a statute that,
Do you have the site?
It-
Okay, all right. I asked her. Thank you. I asked her. Okay, so
to clarify, the state statute that mandates that local municipalities implement landscaping code says they have to do so adhering to Florida Friendly Landscape Principles. It then lists and defined those principles. Okay. The University of Florida took that upon themselves and said, hey, let's go and create our own program for this and create guides and things and expound upon it in terms of what their interpretation of that is. And they get way into the weeds, pun intended, on what that actually means. I do not believe we should have a university program enshrined in our ordinances
there's a statute that makes perfect
to
sense. Yeah,
represent
sure.
that. So,
Yep.
yeah. So
I think that's a change.
I would like to see it changed here, but I would also ask, see if my colleagues support direction telling staff to modify the other areas of our code that mention this to reference the state statute versus the university program. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
So to add to it, it would be Florida State Statute 373.185, local Florida friendly landscaping ordinances.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anybody have a problem with that?
Yes, definitely.
I support it because everything else in here reverts
Statutory.
back to Florida statutes.
Right.
That's the only place where it has a
Yeah,
carve
and
out.
if the university decides one day that they just don't have this program anymore, it's in our
Or
code.
if the university decides they just want rocks in everybody's yard.
Yeah, we can't base it on what a university wants.
So we have consensus to
Well,
instruct staff.
we
Wait,
do
Mr.
not have
Mr.
purposes.
McFoy would like to
Okay.
speak about that. You don't agree with that?
No, I certainly don't agree with that. The University of Florida, it probably came out of the IFAS portion of it, Institute for Food and Agricultural Sciences. It's been around for at least 50 years, if not 100. It is not, the efforts of the University of Florida are research-based, science-based, study-based. They are, oh, sorry, Mike. They also tend to work in cooperation with the water management districts who have a bit more site-specific into different parts of the state because we have different environments, different soils, different climates, all sorts of things. The University of Florida stuff is going to be pretty well thought out. You may not like the level of detail that's in it, but I am a little bit surprised that if one was looking for authority on how to achieve public good objectives relating to plants and soils and landscaping, that one would defer to the illustrious elected officials in Tallahassee as the experts on this, as opposed to scientists who spend their life studying soils and plants and those things. That makes no sense to me. And maybe there's some sort of philosophical, we don't like universities and we don't like knowledge. I don't know. That seems a little bit odd, but I think there is no question that the University of Florida's recommendations have a very different basis. They are not political statements. They are knowledge-based statements. And it is not something that, you know, University of Florida is going to wake up tomorrow and say, well, you know what, we're going to do rocks now. I mean, that's just not the nature of that program. The Florida Friendly program reflects many years of trying to achieve certain objectives. Some of it is providing habitat for endangered species, birds, butterflies, other species. Some of it is providing habitat for endangered plant species. A lot of it is driven by water conservation, as we saw at the beginning of this meeting. Something that Vaughn did not mention is that water use, the vast majority of it in Florida is outdoor irrigation. That's way bigger than whether you take a short shower or a long shower. Irrigation is very much dictated by what you plant. If you plant native species, on the whole, once they're established after a few years, you don't need to irrigate them at all. So there is a lot of knowledge base to the University of Florida. It's a reasonable thing to have as a base for the tree board to say, hey, what does University of Florida have to say about this? And let's use that as a general guide.
So that means you're not consenting.
No, I'm not consenting.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay.
So we do have consensus 4-1 to remove that from.
Yeah, I mean, I just read the little clip from it and it's much simpler. I think that certainly the tree board can refer to the university. I don't think they're going to start making rock gardens completely.
That was me being
What?
facetious.
I
was being
Oh, I
facetious
thought
when I
that,
said
okay,
that.
yeah. I know.
Well, I mean, it actually does go into some of that, but I don't see any problems with the program itself. It's just I have a problem with having a university program dictate our laws. So the other piece to it with the tree board, we have in there that they're going to review and provide recommendation on all amendments to city landscape requirements. Does that mean that I think we started to have this conversation? I don't know if we finished it. I thought we finished it, but that we're automatically sending anything landscape related to the tree board. It was my understanding that we would have from the last meeting, and I could be wrong about it, that the commission would decide if we needed their input or not.
Madam Mayor, I recall that there were some of us on the dais that said that it would be up to staff to say, hey, let's get it before they bring us the staff report. That would be staff dependent is what I recall, is what we decided.
Okay. So that,
Such was like the business advisory board we talked about where they have to give
Sure.
us the report, fiscal impacts and stuff like that.
okay. So I guess my question there is how this is written, does that align with that, or does this mandate a different process? C part 2, and part 1.
Well, I mean, if we're going to change the landscape amendments to the landscaping code, I would definitely want their input into that. If they're gonna- That's what that says. It doesn't mean, they're not saying every project comes to them. I think that most projects, maybe just not a single family house, but I think projects should come to them. I think that's
So
what they're there for.
then the other area of concern, and it used to be, I think in the charter creating the tree board, that they would take care of the tree canopy study. They would do that, and I came to learn and understand that probably wasn't a reality. That it was a little too complex and required certain things for that. But I do look around our city and I see a lot of our city landscape that we have that is in pretty bad shape when it comes to looking at the Florida friendly landscape principles. Most recently, we had an industrious neighbor decide to mulch around the trees in our median in South Palm Park. Looks lovely. Certainly not an activity I would condone, but it actually kind of meets our code and the landscape principles. Nowhere else in the median does. We also have a lot of Brazilian pepper growing in the median, and different things like that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's not easy.
Right. So I don't know if there's a role or an appetite for that board of helping us with quality control of our basically landscaping contracts. Because right now it's not happening as far as I can see, where
But then they're overseeing a contractor. That's a little.
I'm just worrying about quality control and feedback.
Well, you can I mean, if they see a problem, they can certainly get in touch with, because we don't want them to. Okay. Okay. Now, when I'm looking at that, it does not. This does not address C. Does not address that things come when something will come to the tree board.
I recall something similar to the former vice mayor. That we thought that a certain amount of discretion by staff,
Yeah.
hey, it seems like this would make sense to send to the tree board. Why don't we do that?
Right.
Okay. So we'll leave it
As
as-
needed, I think, but as needed by staff, I think is what we have settled on.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
Now I just forgot what I was gonna say.
Whoops.
Shoot.
Dag nabbit, that has never happened.
Madam
to me
Clerk.
All my years of being
well,
up here.
get used to it. Doesn't get any better.
Thanks a lot.
I speak the truth. Madam Clerk, do you have any comments on this one?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have 2 comments here. Let's have the maybe I'm thinking maybe perhaps. Do we have a motion and a second? Yep. I don't think we do. Do we have a motion and a second?
We do not.
Okay, I didn't think so. Okay, let's listen to public comment. Ms. You know who you are, Ms. Colemeyer and Ms. Powell. You can take turns. Who goes first?
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I wanted to try to address, I hadn't really intended to make a comment. Number one, I wanted to reiterate about the University of Florida.
Mhm.
I am a master gardener.
Right.
I have a horticulture degree in addition to that. As a master gardener, we use the University of Florida recommendations. Those are the scientists. They study this. Almost any topic regarding houseplants, outdoor plants, pests, insects, disease of plants, somebody is studying that. And so it is research based, as Commissioner McVoy said. So I just find that we're it seems like we're splitting hairs a little bit on changing this from Florida friendly landscaping University of Florida recommendations to Florida statutes. I haven't studied that to see what the difference is. So that's number one. I say leave it alone. Leave it as it is. I don't think that we're going to be measuring inches of mulch. I just don't. And on the issue of bringing things to the tree board, Mayor, I thank you because you did ask that the issue of, I think it was the penalties or something, I can't remember what it was. It was a landscaping issue that you asked, has the tree board looked at this? And we had not. And that was going to be a comment that I had that night, I think. And they did ask us to review it, and we gave an opinion, and you voted against it anyway, or you voted for it. And we had said, no, don't do it. I think it had to do with penalties. I honestly, I can't recall specifically, but so you ask our opinion, and I think it's appropriate to ask. Unfortunately, typically you don't listen. So that is the truth. It was that way for artificial turf. It was about the penalties. So I say we deserve to be asked about any landscaping issues, not necessarily on permits, but issues that come up, changes in landscape code. That's
and that's in the ordinance. Ms. Kohlmeyer.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I just Googled state of Florida statutes re-landscaping. Florida statutes, specifically FS 373.185 and FS 720.3075, mandate that local governments and homeowners associations cannot prohibit Florida-friendly landscape. These laws encourage water conserving, drought-tolerant landscapes, emphasizing right plant, right place principles, including appropriate fertilization and mulching. University of Florida IFAS Extension Florida Friendly Landscaping Program, the 9 principles of Florida Friendly Landscaping. You might see some coincidences here between the two: right plant, right place, water efficiently, fertilize appropriately, mulch, attract wildlife, manage yard pests responsibly, recycle yard waste, reduce stormwater runoff, protect the waterfront. And I want to reiterate, as Ms. Powell and Commissioner McVoy have said, I did the MasterCard program as well. The University of Florida has, a lot of scientists doing a lot of studies, and it's not just homeowners and commissions that look to the University of Florida for information about pest control, water conservation, best practices. It's commercial growers, farmers, agriculture, big business. People look to them to help them figure out what is a good way to help conserve our environment and help give us what we need, more production or whatever it is. And they have, it's not a political organization. It's an organization that is doing scientific research to find out what is really the case and what the things we do, how they affect things. So I would like to hear it.
Thank you. That's time.
Florida. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Gators.
What? Oh, Ms. Malega has remembered.
I would like to see if staff could give us an update on our ad that we have out to hire a horticulturist or an arborist. We still don't have one, as far as I've heard. And I do hear the comments that are being said. Unfortunately, I have 2 palm trees that are really sick right now that I'm trying to bring back to life. And I just happen to have a guy who was working on the house next door. He has a license and he went to school, and he said, if you can't fix it yourself, call us, we'll test your soil, and we will send it to the university and find out what's wrong with the soil.
Not send it to the state legislature. They know.
Talking. I don't know. I don't know. And Ramsey can testify. I don't know and barely know an orchid from a palm tree. So I do like to rely on the experts. But I do understand Commissioner Segrich's point of having that spelled out in our ordinances. Knowing that that we can say internally, yes, this is what our best practices are, and we rely on that information. But for that just to be specified in that ordinance for that board, That would be like us saying that we want to lean on a business community or a business chamber for their advice. So that's why I'm supporting it, not because I don't believe in science, because Ramsey can attest. I, again, hire the professionals because I don't know how to take care of stuff. So that's the only reason I'm supporting it.
Thank you. What I'd like to propose would be, because I am hearing, from our tree board that we don't listen to enough apparently. The University of Florida is the accepted place where that happens, that, it's not any other college, the University of Florida. And I would, but, with the state statute, and I understand that we like the conformity of the state statute, but, how about using the principles of the University of Florida, which are not in, what's the word? Dispute, thank you. That do not contradict the Florida statute. I think, and I understand your point, Mr. Savage, but I do think the university is very trustworthy and does do a lot of science. So I would be for keeping it. They study everything. Mr. Segridge?
So are you changing your vote?
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
so
we haven't voted yet.
we,
I've changed.
no, we voted on that.
Right.
We gave consensus for that.
Yeah. So yeah, same.
Okay, so it's 3-2 consensus for. So I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, so approve on all things we talked about.
The entire ordinance, correct?
Yeah.
And, but that's.
This is just for discussion. We'll be bringing
That's
you
for
back a
discussion,
clean
right.
copy for
and
first reading.
agree.
Okay.
And you're saying the state statute,
Yes.
but I would like to also keep in there the language about the principles of the University of Florida. I think we should discount them.
Yeah. I would like to keep that in too, I think.
It can't hurt.
Sounds like from what
We voted.
Ms. Kohlmeyer read, that the state stat is taking the information from the University of
It's very
Florida.
vague.
So it's not true.
So
The University of Florida is implementing their particular program for that state statute. And so we did vote to take it out. So
Well, we talked, I don't think we actually had a vote.
We did.
we
to
did
do
4-1 and then you switched. It's 3-2.
Okay. But I don't really see the harm in keeping the university language in there as a guide, but apparently that's not a popular position. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Well, there's
All-
no voting, she just said. Just
Oh, we're not going to
direction.
vote. Okay, so you know what we're talking about. All right, up next
I'm
is
glad you do.
office lease, city manager position. Yeah,
Can I make a motion that we move the golf cart conversation up since we have people waiting, or do you want to wait to the end?
we've got a couple. The city manager position is important and.
Well, I'm not saying it's not. I just know
I
we
just-
have people here for
time.
that.
I know, but the time that we have.
Okay, that's fine.
E,
See the city manager.
It's on the new one, E.
I thought I just downloaded the most recent one. I don't see that.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it in my packet either.
No, it's not. It's this.
It's not in a packet.
Oh,
We
this
left it
thing.
on
Oh.
the days we printed it
This,
out
yeah.
today.
Why are we adding
well-
something that,
We asked, and it's actually on the agenda. And we did get these emailed to us a few days ago.
last night at 5:00?
Okay.
6, maybe 5, maybe 6.
Madam
I don't
Mayor.
remember.
Yeah, we're gonna hear from Mr. Perry.
From Commissioner, before, the reason you didn't have one up there is because we thought you were not going to be here.
No, I got
That's,
it
so I just want you to know that. That's why. it
last
wasn't
night
up
at
there.
5 and then I couldn't get
But-
to it and.
but there was a-
kindly sent it at midnight.
There was a revised copy that was sent out early this morning. So we
Oh.
printed it out for all the commissioners and,
Oh, that I have
placed a
not
copy up
seen.
here. Yep.
That's that one.
I will print you out one, Commissioner, and bring
He's
it
got
up.
one. It's right, he's
Some,
holding
the
it.
mayor kindly handed me one.
Okay.
It's on the desk when we came in. Okay, so I see lights. So let's start with Mr. Segrich. Oh, you're first? I'm sorry. Whoever was first.
I know there's some things that you guys already caught. The only thing that first of all, I don't know that anybody's here to hear this, but
Yeah.
so much better.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Warren, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Warren, this is so much better.
Yeah, I'm
And
glad.
when I read this, there's a couple things that people are going to bring up, but in general, it feels so much more professional, so much better, and it really does bring our community alive. You've captured it to just like so much better than last time. So I want to say that publicly, because last time I'm sure wasn't that much fun for you.
I'm glad you got it.
Yes, it looks great. I do want to look, I wish there's page numbers. The second page where it talks about a rich and storied community.
Yep.
I think that I just worry about the student. We were told that we were trying to take a picture of a student the other day who was doing some volunteer work for the Easter, and the ROTC commander said we could not. I don't want to put a picture of a student in this. So I think we need to absolutely take that out. I don't know if she's a minor or not. It doesn't matter. She's a student. We need to get rid of her.
Okay.
Well, not get rid of her.
You know what I mean? Get rid of her photo. That's not appropriate.
All right.
Right? That's not what I mean.
Lovely photograph.
I mean, you
I
could,
understood.
yeah, just put another picture of,
We'll replace the photo.
yeah. The other one that I have a problem with is on the cover picture. I would prefer, I love that picture of the beach. I don't want to have a specific restaurant in there. I don't think that's appropriate. So that needs to come off. I don't think you just mark off the name of the restaurant. Yes, it's iconic, but our city is a heck of a lot more than just that. There's a wonderful picture that Mr. Brown used in a promotion for us that is a beautiful picture with turquoise water. And if he could get that to you, we could substitute that, because I don't think it's appropriate to have the actual name of the restaurant, although it's a fabulous restaurant.
No problem.
And I think that there's a couple other things that other people caught, but I definitely wanted to add that in there. So
Yeah,
that's
we've got two also, just to let y'all know, that staff made us aware of earlier today. On page 10, we're going to eliminate the Oktoberfest and Cajun Crawfish festivals because I think they're not.
I mean, that
the
sounds like
city
a
of
great
Lake Worth Beach.
idea.
But they're not here.
But they're not actually in Lake Worth Beach, so we're going to take those.
Do you guys have the Midnight Sun, the Finnish festival in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in there.
Okay.
Yep. And then we're going to add on the requirements the exact language of the ordinance,
the 30 miles
the
off of the
residency.
corners of each of the city.
20 miles from each of the corners of the city. We'll make
there's-
that clear.
No, Madam, can I just read that real quick?
Yeah.
Because that was our question last time. The ordinance, and this was sent to us by Mr. Perry, residency within the city limits is preferred, but residency within 20 miles of the northwest and southwest corners of the city is required.
Right.
Not the county, the
Yes.
city.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And we're going to use that exact language in the brochure.
I think that's it for me for now.
Mr. Segridge?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would second a vast improvement, a lot closer to what we're looking for. I agree with the changing of the cover photo to something that's more like that. I would like to see us highlight
Please, folks.
some of the major iconic events and locations within the city. Myself personally, and looking for feedback from you guys, would like to see kind of one page on each of these with a large graphic and a couple bullet points maybe about it. But I do think our pier in Benny's is an iconic location, and a lot of people know it. It's gotten a ton of press for our city. I think we'd be remiss not to highlight that on its own. Highlight the street painting festival, because there's information about that. Over 100,000 visitors over the course of a weekend, largest arts festival in Palm Beach County. And for it to have, I think it deserves its own page. And I think there's enough content for it to have its own page. Our artisanal industrial district, that is going to be a major transformation for our city. We've got a major grant going into that area. that is an area that could have a lot of change for us in our city. And I think as a city manager coming in, having knowledge of that particularly could be an attractant where it's like, okay, I'm not just dealing with a historic downtown and a wonderful beach and a golf course. I've got this district that's been already laid out, but not yet reimagined and not yet built. To me, that would be an area of opportunity. And then in highlighting the arts, we do have the Benziton and we have the W Moda, and maybe highlighting them together as, really making us an epicenter for the fire arts and decorative arts. So myself personally, I liked a lot of the changes in here, and I don't want to nitpick through that because I think it'll never be perfect, but it's getting really close. But if we could maybe highlight those 4 things as their own call out page, to me, it would do them a lot more justice and kind of give that wow factor to those particular items.
Thank you. I would add the Gulfstream to that.
Great call.
And also on the colleges, I would add the Palm Beach Atlantic College, which is becoming a major college in West Palm Beach, and it draws quite a few people. I also would like to see just some reference to the fact that the city is facing the balance between our old Florida artistic charm and the need for, going forward. That's a balance that does it say it like that? Where?
I agree with that need that a manager is going to have to deal with that.
I think it's pretty well spelled out in there. That's what was impressive to me.
See, and I didn't, yeah. Folks.
What about, we don't have page numbers.
Yeah.
What about
don't.
Sarah? What about Pride?
Oh, Pride. Put Pride
I
in.
thought it was in there.
I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing where we have that balance
is.
mentioned. Well,
Can somebody
looking,
find it
I'm
and
looking.
point us to the language? There's neighborhood pride, but that's a different kind of thing.
and the storied community, but I just think that would be a good idea to identify it as something that we can
Yeah.
deal with.
I agree.
Oh, no, that's not. The only thing I see is on
At
So-
one point,
Oh.
Pride Festival was, I remember seeing it in yesterday's version.
so we can agree, can we agree that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we could replace the picture of the student with a picture of Pride.
That'd be good.
That'd be
You
good.
and your outfit.
I looked really cute in that outfit.
Oh, geez.
I'm playing. Don't put that picture in.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not seeing that.
I'm trying to find it. I read the whole thing or I didn't highlight that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I mean,
under the ideal candidate. The city commission is seeking a confident. It starts with that.
Roughly, how far in are you? Quite a
It
ways in?
says ideal candidate with a little ribbon.
Here it
Doesn't
is.
have a page.
It's
Is it-
about 3 pages from the end.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. I did see, even when it is difficult, I thought that was good.
Yep.
Getting to a yes.
Yep. I like that.
That was because you said it.
I know.
And another thing that I saw, challenges and opportunities. Key challenges and opportunities, 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Managing a highly engaged and vocal community.
That was great.
I don't really think managing is what we do. I think listening and reflecting and getting input, but I don't know that we actually manage them. I mean, that's.
Is it under organizational?
I don't know.
I mean, it's
All right, please, guys, come on, it's 8:30 now. Key challenges and opportunities on
Under-
recruitment. Managing it's the 4th one down, managing a highly engaged and vocal community.
what verb would you like?
I would just say
Engaging with.
engaging with,
How about
or
that?
engaging.
It's
All right,
okay.
but then we use engage twice. That's okay.
How about-
Warren, do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, well, we come up with
Guys,
another.
okay, folks, really.
Sure.
Yeah, I just think managing is an unfortunate choice of words there.
Okay, we can change it. We'll think of something great.
All right, let me just go through. I have one or
And to
two.
your concern about, trying to express some of the balance in the community, did anybody see where that's already
Well, I
in?
see, well, the only thing that I see, it says Lake Worth has been a haven for artists, entrepreneurs, and independent thinkers. That spirit remains deeply embedded in the community. The city embraces its individuality, values inclusiveness, and continues to evolve while preserving the authenticity that makes it stand out in South
It's
Florida.
under why this opportunity. Lake Worth Beach offers a rare opportunity to lead a city with authenticity, energy, and forward movement, coastal lifestyle with a vibrant arts and cultural scene, engaged community and elected leadership, meaningful challenges paired with real opportunity, a role where your leadership will be visible and impactful. This is more than a job. It's a chance to shape the future of a truly
Okay,
unique
all right.
coastal city.
All right,
I
that's
think
fine
that's
with that.
fabulous.
That's fine. But I would like to have Palm Beach Atlantic put in there. I would like to have the Gulf, maybe a picture of the Gulf Stream where that student is,
Well, there you go. Or Pride.
or Pride.
I would say if we're not gonna have Benny's being advertised, I don't think that we should have the Gulfstream Hotel either. I mean, either way, I think that we just need to be cautious. That's just my opinion.
I think we should show them both.
Show them both inside.
Show,
In the pictures on the inside.
I think we put our assets forward, and those are both rather iconic for our city. They happen to be businesses too, but it's
Yeah, we're not promoting any particular business in this because the purpose of this is just to recruit candidates, not to get people to shop at any particular place.
No, that's why I just didn't want it on the cover, but it should be in there because you have to have a picture of the pier, and there is a restaurant on the pier,
Right.
and
But there's a very
important.
beautiful shot.
And
of
it's
the
also
beach.
something that we need
Yeah, we'll change the
to.
cover.
Yeah, the city manager is going to have to, deal with the leases and everything else of that building. So it is appropriate to put a picture of the buildings that we own. So you really could have put a picture of Compass in there too, because we own that too.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
may I?
Yep.
I would like to see under projects, investment and momentum, where you talk about the CRA. If you could put in there the dollar amount that the CRA brings in reinvestment into the city, I think that's imperative, or something about, there's nothing in here about the fact that Lake Worth Beach is the #1 city with the most affordable home ownership opportunities, that we are at the front of Palm Beach County for affordable and workforce housing. I think that's important.
Can't hurt.
However you
you.
want to word it, but I just think that we have to put a dollar figure to how much money the CRA brings in.
Anybody have a problem with that? Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
What?
Mr. Segrich has his light on first.
Under the key responsibilities continued slide, I think it's the third one of those. Under organizational leadership and operational excellence, I think under organizational, under there, where we're talking about strengthening internal management systems and process. I think also the mentioning of metrics or the implementation of new processes and metrics in there is important. I understand we're being kind of generic here, but I do think that the candidate needs to understand that they have our support in making organizational change and implementing some things that may not be here today.
Wouldn't that be under identify opportunities
Yeah.
to improve efficiency and
I think
effectiveness?
that's covered.
Under operational excellence, it's the second bullet point.
I like calling out metrics because we've asked for it. It's in process. It's not yet completed, and it's something that I think is very much missing from what we have today.
This page you're thinking?
Key responsibilities continued.
Identify opportunities to improve efficiency and effectiveness.
Yeah.
Evaluate service delivery programs and implement best. I mean, what sentence are you?
I'd like to see just calling out specifically new processes and metrics.
Strengthen internal management systems, processes, including
Metrics.
metrics or something like that.
I'll throw the word metrics in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think that's good.
Okay,
Uh,
so Mr. McCoy,
Everything.
Is Commissioner Segrich?
are you done, Mr. Secretary?
I do agree with the mayor on that. I think it's only fair to whoever's coming in that somewhere a little bit more explicitly that they hear that our community struggles and has for many years and probably will for a while between one view that is quite strong and inherited of a relaxed, low-key beach community and another view that is probably bringing it closer to other communities in South Florida. And that is an ongoing struggle and an unresolved one, although, as has been pointed out, the downtown charrette process did actually bring quite a bit of clarity to that. But I would like to see that, in fairness to the candidates, that be spelled out a little bit more. And I think I had a place, but now I've lost where it would go. I mean, I'm not committed to any particular place, but I do think that's important. Maybe why this opportunity?
I mean, I think
You have room on that page easily to say something about, you've got to start at it, engaged community, elected leadership, coastal lifestyle, but it doesn't really get at the huge development pressure that we always have on one side, and the wish to have, the reason that many people moved here, a low-key beach, relaxed kind of community. And that's a real struggle. And how do you make that work financially and all those
Going to
things?
get into all that. I mean, I think when they get their interviews, each one of us is going to very pointedly point out, that.
Yeah, and I don't think those are mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
We just need them to apply and then. we
Okay,
can
I'm sorry,
sort
Warren,
it
what?
out. Yeah, I'm just saying this is that, we need folks to apply and we can get into some of the details of y'all's
Yeah.
concerns as we
There's
get.
It's going to be a
that.
challenge,
Yeah,
I think,
further.
anyway.
Well, Warren, I was
Yes.
very hard critic of the first presentation and this one is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So 110%
Thank you.
better.
We want to thank you for the
Yeah,
quick
we
turnaround
appreciate
too.
it.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we appreciate it. And so we'll make another round of changes. And do y'all want us to bring that back to you, or y'all?
No, I don't think you need to.
move
Although
forward?
Mr. Segridge has
Okay.
one more comment.
That was going to be my question. What do we want the process to be? Do we
I
want
think
them
you
to come
should just
back?
roll with
or-
it.
Roll with it.
Let HR review it one more time and then just push it out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's do this.
So I'd like to
Okay.
make a motion
Well,
to,
actually, Mr. Moore, I just want to see if y'all can add to the motion when you do that, authorizing up to $1,500 in expenses for advertising as well, just because in our contract, the advertising is expense reimbursement, and it's got to be pre-approved by the commission or by the city. And so
That
I
wasn't
think-
in the original contract?
he's saying it has to be pre-approved, meaning he can't,
Yeah, it says
can't
expenses
execute on it.
All right, so I'll make a motion.
I was.
Go ahead.
What the hell?
for advertising. Yeah.
Vice mayor for like 2 hours and she's on a power trip straight to her head.
Smack her down.
So I'd like to make a motion for us to approve this with our suggestions to move forward, as well as authorize $2,000 in advertising expenses, and get this process started as soon as possible. Second.
Second by Mr. She had her.
No, I'm good. I'm just going to vote.
May
All
you
right,
have.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you,
5-0.
Warren.
Thank you, Warren.
Keep on this wonderful
Hey,
track.
thank y'all.
Thank
All
you.
right, we will. Thank y'all very much for the feedback. All right, good night.
He could have bailed.
Yeah. It's nothing personal.
Okay,
All
so
right.
that was unfinished E, huh?
Motion to approve.
We're on new A.
A.
Office lease for Lucerne.
Motion
Okay,
to
let
approve.
me.
Second.
Proposed lease for temporary office location at 809 Lucerne Avenue for
Thank
Leisure
you
Services
very
Department.
much.
I'm
Yeah.
reading my motion.
Oh, okay.
You second it, May?
I do second it.
We have no comments, I don't think. All in favor?
Wait.
Aye.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
my one
Really?
question was,
I'll
is
take the
there,
light back?
is there a parking lot across the street?
Yes, there is.
There is, that's for them, right? Yeah, that was my only question. Mr. Segridge.
So I'll be brief, but as we look at these, and so we have leisure services in its own building, we've got electric utility customer service in its own building. These are some pretty hefty expenses that we have. We have a construction project going on at 1900. We've got other planned construction projects for other facilities and so on. I believe we need to have a comprehensive strategy for where our city services are going to exist and going to lie. I would much rather be expending this money on a mortgage payment on a new building in town than on these leases. And I understand opportunity and timing of this, and this is important. And I am in favor of this. I think the staff did a great job of finding a good building in the right area for the right price. But I would like to ask that we give staff direction or get consensus to give staff direction to explore the option or put together some sort of staff housing plan for the future that might include new building acquisition. Because as a city, that will give us opportunity, to add assets at a cheaper rate than we're essentially rebuilding them. The cost of the project at 1900, we probably could have gotten a newer building already outfitted and done something else with that land. And I just don't see us having a plan for that.
So you want a facilities plan?
Where are we gonna start? So we need staff to start planning on where in 5 or 10 years, where are all of our city services going to live? Because we're scattered around. It takes sometimes 6 different places to go to get a project done for our residents. And, every dollar spent in rent like this is thrown right out the window. And we have buildings we are renting out at significantly less than we are renting buildings for.
That's true.
So for our finances' sake, and just to have a plan, I really think we need to give direction to staff to have some time and work on that, so that we can execute against it. Because right now, staff is just kind of reacting. We need to put people here. We're going to put people there.
Right.
So.
And I have been saying for years that we need a new city hall. We have the building, we have the whole block over there. We could put fire and police on the first floor and go up from there. I believe it would probably have to be some sort of triple P. I mean, Wilton Manor's just put in a whole new thing with the triple P project that I want to go down and talk to them about. So yeah, obviously, this building shouldn't, we should have a building where there's
Everybody.
real offices. So I don't disagree with you, but in terms of this vote tonight, we're really, well, if we could, do you want to branch out and have a whole, right now we have no money to build a new building. So, so I don't know what, it would be like talking about something that I think we should put a thing out for a triple P and see if anybody comes.
I think we should wait to hire a city manager.
Yeah, as a first step. So, okay, Mr. McFoy.
Just very briefly, I would concur with Commissioner Segrich's, and my thinking on it may not be correct, but my thinking is there is something to all the city employees being in a close space so that different departments interact with each other. And I think in terms of recruiting employees, that you have kind of a place where, you have more people that you work with and you're not just a group of 10 off in a corner somewhere. Electric.
Exactly what I'm saying.
So I think there might be some benefits to us, to employees and to employee retention and recruitment to doing that too. So I'm in favor of, yes, let's get this immediate need dealt with, but let's keep in mind that direction. I think it might help us.
I've been sparking at this.
I have a rich uncle who will build a building.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Look, cough it up, baby.
Yeah.
No, I've been saying we need a city hall and we have an entire city block that we can put it on. Okay, so do we have a motion? We have a motion in a second?
All in favor?
Thank you. Who did the motion? Who did?
I did.
Okay, the second was
May.
from Ms. May. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Construction contract with Watts Group for City Hall Annex roof framing reinforcement.
Motion
New
to
business.
approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. McVoy, second by May. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion and direction regarding the use of golf carts on public roads.
I think we should listen to people first.
No, I
Ask
yeah.
your staff.
There's a lot of public comment on this one.
Madam Mayor, I had one comment on the annex and I didn't vote. My light was on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to get an update from staff on the RFP status for the annex building itself.
I don't think we had a direct We talked about it.
We did. We voted to issue an RFP about the annex.
I thought we did
I don't think, I
We-
didn't think we did, but.
We most certainly did.
Okay, well, and that's interesting because I mean, there's got to be a lot of conversation about that.
Yes, there was a lot of conversation about it.
Well, you want to make it, you're talking more, and I'm not disagreeing necessarily, but just to make it more of a monetized building. I think you're.
Yeah, well, yeah, we had a long discussion on it, but it's been quite some time, and here we have an expense that is tripling the price of the roof.
Well, it has to be done.
I get that it has to be done, but we're that how much longer are we going to let that building sit without any kind of activation? We go and we fix the roof, and it just sits empty for a number of years. How many years is it before we have to rebuild the roof again?
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
During my one-on-one meeting with the Commissioner Secretary, he brought up that same issue regarding that RFP. Went back and talked to staff, and we also went and took a look at the project listing, and we could not find anywhere where that was approved. But we did, in speaking with the clerk, she's going to take a look through some of the records and see if we can find that. But if not, what I do recommend that when we go ahead and do the roof and the trust, that we maybe schedule a special meeting to discuss the annex building and try to find out exactly how you want to proceed in doing those repairs, and bring the report that we do have back, I guess, so you guys could take a look at it and maybe give staff some direction and look at some of our options. That's just a recommendation from the manager's office.
Sure. And basically we have to dry it out. I mean, we have to get
And I remember the conversation being, we gave direction to get the roof fixed, so
Right.
we didn't have to keep spending money, and that we were going to have a conversation on going out for RFP or triple P offer or whatever. That's what I recall.
And that's what basically what
recollection.
staff said today when we went back to talk about it.
Okay.
And definitely a special meeting, not a workshop, because this is where we have, I'm sure there's a lot of great ideas out there.
Yep.
That we want to hear.
Okay.
Okay. So you will, if you'd like me to, with the clerk office and look at the schedule and see if we can look at
Sure.
a special meeting.
Yep. Okay, did we have a motion and a?
We voted already.
Aye.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so now the next one up is.
Take one and pass it on. They're all the same.
Yep.
These are very nice looking.
Okay, staff is seeking directions from the commission regarding the use of golf carts on public roads. And the backup, thank you for providing that backup back to us again from last year. All right, so 24, 25, the time flies when you're having fun. So, one thing we can do, we can designate roads which are safe. We can, how would we do this? What criteria? That's my question. Let's just start out with public comment, but before we have a motion, let's just change the rules a little bit and just have public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have public comment?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and I have a couple up here. Did you give them to me? Ah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm vice mayor.
You are vice rating. Okay, so
show off.
I don't know. John Salvig, you get to go first. You're a neighbor too. You're right on, I'm on L Street. You're on K Street.
K Street.
Yeah,
Am I on?
same block. Name. No, you need to be recorded.
People on YouTube world.
Name and.
Nope, there you go. You're on.
Name and address.
Now am I on?
There you're on.
I don't hear myself, so I just talk loud.
Oh.
John Salick, 217 South K Street. My first address is to ask the board, even why is this before us? Is there a known safety issue? Is there a known issue? Or is this just someone saying, I don't like them? Well, I'm waiting for an answer.
You're not going to get one.
That's not how this works?
Yeah. It's comment.
Well, without the answer to that question, then this becomes really a moot point, because if there's no basis for this to be here, except someone behind the scenes decides, I don't like golf carts on the street, because to the best of my knowledge, there's no reason they shouldn't be there. There's no more dangerous than the cars on the street. I mean, the guy that was here earlier talked about someone getting run over by a car and getting killed. The last I heard, no one's been killed by a golf cart. There's been no issues in a big way. Maybe you don't like them because they take up your parking spot. Maybe you don't like them because they park crooked in the street. Maybe you don't like the fact that we drive around with decorations for all the different holidays. But just because you don't like that someone does something doesn't give you the right to stop us from doing it. That's my libertarianism. If you just because you don't like something doesn't get you to stop someone from doing it. You don't want to do it. You don't want to have a golf cart. Don't drive a golf cart. You don't want one. Don't drive one. You don't want a gas one. You don't want an electric one. Then don't drive one. Drive your car. You want to pay for parking? Pay for parking somewhere. But don't stop the people that want to drive one from driving one. And if you want to get into the environmental issues, most of us drive electric golf carts. So there's no real environmental, there's no pollution. If we all started driving our cars down into the street and started driving cars all over the place, there'd be a lot more pollution. And I did have an issue, this is going way back, where they didn't like motorcycles in Port Jefferson. And then the motorcycles all parked in every parking spot because they didn't want them parking where the ferry came in from Connecticut because it looked bad. People didn't like it. Well, then the motorcycles in a grassroots effort took every parking space, one motorcycle, one parking space, the entire city up, and they didn't like that either.
Thank you. Craig. Thank you.
Next time, just listen to us on YouTube and then come
Yeah,
here
really.
10 minutes before your item.
Craig Frost. A lot of assumptions in that. A lot of assumptions in that. Craig Frost.
How you doing? Craig Frost, 323 South H. May I just get a clarification before my time starts?
You started now.
Okay, on the piece of paper, it says golf carts, but I know in a lot of the wording, you also talk about LSVs, two completely different things. LSV should not even be in the discussion. As you know, one of the circuit cars is LSV. Also, in the Gulfstream Opens, they plan on using LSVs also. Golf carts or LSVs, either one, you really should pass an ordinance allowing the golf carts themselves on the city streets. You may not know, you do get a lot of people from other cities coming to our city, as far as from Del Rey, on LSVs and also golf carts. So if you do that, you'd be kind of eliminating people. You don't want to ban someone coming in the city from, in our city from another city. You don't want to do that. That would be kind of foolish. As far as environmental, yeah, an average car weighs approximately 4,000 pounds. Golf cart weighs less than 1,000. Way less stress on our infrastructure, much more efficient. Most of them are electric, but even the gas ones are much more efficient than a car. So I would ask you, I don't really know what direction you're going with this, but I would ask that the commission does come up and vote on the ordinance to allow golf carts officially on the city streets. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't work with any assumptions that we're here to stop golf carts. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. My comment is from Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners. I am writing tonight regarding the discussion of golf carts on public roads. I own, and most of you know, I use for primary transportation a licensed and insured LSV. This used as our second car and primary mode of transportation in and around town. And reading the backup, the concern seems to be safety. However, if that were truly the concern, why are you just addressing the safest mode of personal motorized transportation? While local data is pretty incomplete on the national level as provided by the National Emergency Room Database from 2017 to 2023, there are almost 11,000 reported injuries from golf carts. 70% of those are drivers between the ages of 12 to 15 years of age. The most dangerous item are gas-powered scooters, the ones we see packs of kids driving all over town and never stop at a stop sign, with 304,000 injuries, followed by e-scooters with 189,000 injuries. E-bikes, which are the fastest growing category, had 45,000 injuries. While the data is still incomplete at this time, this is the fastest growing group of injuries, and it is expected to surpass bicycles this year. Golf carts are clearly safer than e-bikes, e-scooters, and gas power scooters. I ask that when you are out, see if you ever see someone actually stopping at a stop sign with one of these. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Yeah, I mean, I think when we took the scariest thing that I see is a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old, and I've seen it more with this like northwest corner of the city where the streets are a little bit wider and there's more people that have golf carts, like a bunch of teenage kids careening against around a corner. That is frightening to me. But I think what this tells us is that we can actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we can actually proactively determine that golf carts are allowed in the city. Yeah, that we would designate certain streets and they can cross, the statute actually, I read, thank you for the statute on that backup. Actually, they have to be registered. They have to be, we have a lot of people here that have,
There's two different things. Make sure you're not.
well, the LSV has to be,
the LSV and golf cart's not the same thing.
I understand that.
Okay.
I realize that.
Oh, okay.
The golfer may be operating sunset golfer equipped with headlights, brake lights. I mean, there are requirements for these golf carts. Headlights, brake lights, turn signals, and a windshield. Brakes, steering apparatus, reliable steering apparatus seems like a low bar. Safe tire, that's if we're gonna do this, that's just the standards that apparently the statute says is those are the requirements that we have to have. Who put their light on first? Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In reading through this, I do think we need to be careful with the distinction between LSVs and golf carts. I think LSVs should be allowed everywhere throughout our city. To me, that just makes perfect sense. They are a major source of transportation for our residents. A lot of our elderly residents utilize them. Some of our disabled residents utilize them. They just make perfect sense. In terms of golf carts, I believe that we should designate our neighborhood streets to allow them. I believe that we should require a driver's license for that. I do not think they should be allowed on sidewalks. But I think, as we sit here and we say, we are a charming, quaint seaside town, golf carts are a part of that.
Yeah.
It's a part of the culture. I think we should be encouraging more of that because you're not going to take your golf cart all the way down to Fort Lauderdale or Miami or maybe the more adventurous ones will. But if you're riding in a golf cart here, chances are you're shopping and supporting local. And I think also it just adds to the great vibe that we have, all the holiday carts and everything. So
Right. No.
I want to make sure that they're not running afoul of the state ordinance. So I would be very much in favor of directing staff to putting together an ordinance that designates our streets to be golf cart friendly, with the one caveat of requiring a driver's license. Because the very few incidents that I've heard of with golf carts, a lot of that had to do with very underage drivers on it. Similar to the e-bikes. And I know that's something coming back.
Yeah.
So I won't muddle the waters today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody here wants to get rid of golf carts. Ms. Malega. The e-bikes and all the scooters are different. Oh, yours are on. Okay.
But it's okay. I just want to point out I just wanted to tackle just the driver's license thing. I don't know, Elizabeth. I worry about somebody who may not have a driver's license to drive a motor vehicle using this as their form of transportation. I'm not talking about a 12-year-old. I'm saying somebody who is of driving license age that may not have a driver's license because of choices.
So if you designate roads for use by golf carts, the statute automatically allows, if you are under the age of 18, you have to have a valid driver's license or driver's learner's permit.
Okay.
If you are over the age of 18, you have to have a valid Florida identification. If you adopt an ordinance that has more restrictive regulations regarding operation and equipment, it may only apply to unlicensed drivers.
Say that
So
one thing again.
what you say covers the kids, but if somebody was equipped with an actual driver's license,
If they had a valid Florida ID, they would be fine.
so that if they got pulled over or something, they could show who they are.
Correct.
But they don't have to have a driver's license. I'm
Correct.
just trying to be sensitive to people who may have made a not so smart choice in the past and still wants to work and get to work and have a form of transportation.
But it's
So, but the Florida statute says that, but under 18, you have to have a driver's license.
Correct.
I mean, I don't see any reason why we would need to change Florida statute. I think that seems pretty reasonable.
I mean, I'm a little nervous about people driving anything if they've made bad choices in the past.
Okay, fine. But you may have chosen, maybe you grew up in New York City and you never had a reason to have a driver's license and you move down here and you get a golf cart. I'm not, okay, forget bad choices. So not everybody has a driver's license nor chooses to get one. And according to state statute, as Elizabeth said, you don't need one. So I don't think we should, I would not approve that because I think it limits people's options. Whether they are not, a car driver doesn't mean they can't be a golf cart driver. And then the other thing is, because we have to be careful that we're not, it's good for the goose, but not good for the gander, because we use the golf carts from the golf course. The staff uses them, and Leisure Services uses them. So on roads, so we can't be both. So I would suggest that we do say
there's a separate provision for law enforcement and for local government staff for use of golf carts.
Okay. So, but I do agree that we should designate them. And I think that it's said in there specifically, my question is the roads that we own, we can designate that. The ones I'm questioning, I would say obviously Dixie Highway, I would take it off. You can cross it. You can't drive on it. It's too fast. But I also wonder about 6th, 10th and federal, which are DOT.
So the statute provides that roads that may be designated are any city streets, 2-lane county roads that are within the city, and you may cross a state road that intersects at a designated city street if DOT has reviewed and approved the location and design of the crossing and traffic control devices.
Okay, so which ones are which in our city?
Our DOT.
You said there's state.
If it's a state road, you can only cross it.
So you can't be on.
Right.
But you can cross it. No, you couldn't drive down Lake and Lucerne because we don't own those. Right, but you could go across it.
You get that's weird. You can't drive down them. Is there a way to override? We can't override that.
We could get Lake and Lucerne from the state like we should have done a year ago, but that's another conversation.
Okay, so barring buying Lake and Lucerne, can we? So you can cross it. You just can't drive down it.
Correct.
So you could go down first.
Yeah.
And then come across. Okay. So we would need to give you direction basically to come back with this as an ordinance, because what I'm hearing and what I'd like to see is, to be as golf cart friendly as possible, because I think it does go with our mobility plan, our complete streets, and we'll tackle the scooters on another day, but that's where I am on this.
Yeah.
Would you like to allow use between sunset and sunrise?
So the golf carts themselves that do not have lights on them?
Well, if you do allow it, they have to then be equipped with headlights, brake lights, turn signals, and a windshield.
Well, of course, nobody should be driving it at night it doesn't have lights on it.
If you don't authorize that use of golf carts on roads that are designated is only from sunrise to sunset.
But we don't have to be that restricted.
You have to authorize the additional time.
We could say 11 o'clock. I mean, it doesn't have to be sunset.
Correct.
Right. So we can authorize them at all times.
You can.
Okay.
Okay.
But just make sure do we have to say that they have to have lights on at night, or is that kind of a given?
We would include that because they're allowed and the other times to operate at those times, they have to have this.
They have to have
additional
the visibility
equipment.
things. They have to have the back
And brake lights.
visor, not visor, reflector, that kind of thing, or no?
Yeah.
They
And the
have
LSVs have to be licensed and insured.
so all golf carts for use on designated roads have to have efficient brakes, reliable steering apparatus, safe tires, a rear view mirror, red reflectorized warning devices in both the front and the rear.
And then to be used
If
at night.
you allow them to be used at night, they also have to have headlights, brake lights, turn signals, and a windshield.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe they should, yeah, that's brake lights and turn signals are kind of good. Okay, Ms. Malega,
Thank you. I thought you only had one thing there. Lady. Okay.
it just blossomed.
Did you remember?
Awesome. I did remember this time. So I would like to have a cutoff because I know some of the people in town and I know where they frequent, and I'm not saying anybody in this room, but I am not in favor of people drinking and driving in golf carts. And I don't want to see a catastrophe happen. And I think that having golf carts and people leaving bars or restaurants at 2:00 in the morning is a recipe for a disaster. Especially when we have people, I'm talking.
Yeah, that's
Especially when we have a lot of people who come here who aren't familiar with our one-way roads.
Mm.
And we already see that happen on a regular basis, people driving the wrong way. So and I had a golf cart. So it's not that I'm not anti-golf cart. I love golf carts. I love LSVs. I just want to make sure that we're protecting our residents. And how are the people who own golf carts and LSVs going to know that they can't drive down Lake and Lucerne? I mean, are we going to put up signs that say no golf carts or LSVs? Like, I don't want PBSO to pull somebody over and write them a ticket because they didn't know they weren't supposed to go down Lake. They're supposed to either go north or south one street.
That's folks, really don't, please, sir. Really, we don't do that.
So
Okay.
I just want to know, how are we going to, again, I don't want to write an ordinance that's not like the no smoking at the beaches and the parks, that we can't regulate or enforce or educate. I think we need to educate.
The statute does require that you post signage or otherwise inform your residents that you have an ordinance and that it will be enforced. And so that may include signage of that,
And we have a
golf carts
network.
allowed here, or, if you were going to post where, it could be no golf carts past this, intersection this way when it's coming to roads that they can't cross or things like that.
Okay, so hang on, I'm not done. So that leads me to the picture that I passed out to the rest of the commission. I took this picture in downtown Delray Beach on January 21st. Downtown Delray Beach has designated golf carts
talked about that.
parking all the way down the train tracks right next to the Pinball Museum, which is an amazing place. And I thought, wow, how user friendly, because I heard someone say that they park a little willy-nilly sometimes in the street. I want to support this, but I don't want to just support it and say, good luck. I want to say, okay, we're putting money, we're putting time, and we're going to do this right. We're going to designate so many spots on either J Street or in a public parking spot for designated LSV and golf cart parking. I want to make sure that we're doing an educational component to this. I wish that we could institute a parking permit. So when they got their permit to be able to park in a golf cart spot, that they would know the rules. I just don't want to see people start getting tickets for not knowing this ordinance is in effect. So to me, if we have the parking permit program already for residents for the beach, why couldn't we come up with something for the golf carts? Okay, we love you golf carts. We love you LSVs. Here's the rules. Apply for your permit. Here's your designated parking spots throughout downtown. Abide by the rules and let's all get along and save the world and not have high cost of fuel.
Are you saying you couldn't park a golf cart in a regular parking space?
I'm just throwing ideas out there. If golf carts don't take up an entire parking space, and if we're already confined on
I know
parking,
we've talked about having
it's like
it.
my little Mini Cooper doesn't take up a whole spot. I feel like I should be able to turn it sideways and let somebody park next to me. I just feel that we need to do this with a full plan, not just write an ordinance, throw it on the books, and not have a business action plan behind it. That's my only thought process.
And I'm seriously looking to the network because it's the golf cart.
I told you I owned a golf cart up until a year ago. I mean, I'm a supporter.
Okay. Mr. Segridge. I have a question. Wait, I do have a question. Does homeowners insurance, on a golf cart, which does not require registration and insurance, what happens if there's an accident with a golf cart? does their homeowner's insurance take care of it? You're just screwed. That's unfortunate. Well, but they don't. Well, motorcycles you have to have insurance for. You don't? Jesus Christ. Huh, I'm going back to New Jersey where it's safe. Okay, Mr. McVoy, I know that Mrs. Malega wants to get out of here, but Mr. McVoy, you.
Just very quickly, I'm agnostic on golf carts, although my wife will get mad if I say anything about one way or the other, because she likes them. But I just hope that when we get to the later discussion here, I'm hearing a lot of support for LSVs and golf carts, which I think is fine. I do hope that we will be equally supportive and thoughtful when we get to electric bikes, because they also are and scooters, a serious mode of transportation for a fair number of people. So and I'll look to that support when we get that far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Who's next? Who's ever next? Mr. Segridge?
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
May.
I do understand Commissioner Malega's desire for an actual plan behind it. As it stands right now, according to state statute, golf carts are not allowed. And so they could be getting ticketed everywhere. So I'm less worried about enforcing in that we're kind of opening up and lessening that risk for people. Because as it stands right now, according to state statute, by default, they're not allowed. But understanding parking and perhaps making adjustments there, I think that's part of a bigger picture of parking downtown. And I think our consultants should take that in consideration because this is a valuable mode of transportation. It would be nice to have that. Different cities that I've seen had different parking configurations that worked out really well. So I'm good with right now, giving staff the direction to say, hey, we're in support of allowing golf carts, and let's let them come back and we can discuss the finer details on that. But I'm in agreement that we need to have a true plan behind it to educate and enforce. Yeah. I don't know if I'm in favor of the time limit controls and the assumptions that it's going to prevent drinking and driving. If people, they still drink and drive in their cars. They drink and drive on their motorcycles. They drink and drive on bicycles. I don't know if singling out one group of individuals is necessarily fair, and saying, hey, you can't bring your vehicle downtown because you're a golf cart, versus a motorcycle or a regular car at that point. So that's it.
I guess the only difference is for a car or a motorcycle, you do need a driver's license. That's the only difference. You need a driver's license. All right. So where are we? We have one public. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. May.
Thank you. With all due respect, I think it's quite an assumption to assume that people are just because they're having a golf cart and they're downtown and they're in a business that they're drinking and driving. It kind of was. So I absolutely do not agree that we should put okay, so you can't drive your golf cart downtown after dark. So yeah, she did. She wanted to put hours on it. So therefore you're forced to take your car, which is 4,000 pounds versus 1,000 pounds. And I'm going to be down there. I haven't drank in 19 years, but oh God, I could take my golf cart downtown. That's offensive.
No, you missed. I'm saying being hit by a drunk driver.
But you could get hit by a drunk driver in a bike. You get hit by a drunk driver in a car. You could get hit by a drunk driver in a.
Ladies, I was just showing.
Ladies, take a deep breath.
Concern for what happens downtown after a certain time at 10, 11 o'clock.
People are driving their cars too.
And that's why I don't want somebody getting squished in a golf cart.
You're a lot more vulnerable in a golf.
I think that you're taking away personal choice.
But you're not saying restrict the hours. Right.
Your mic is not on.
Okay. We're not doing this. We decided we're not doing
sunset.
Well, that's what that's
what the ordinance is what it says.
If we do it, we don't have to do that.
Correct.
Right.
Are you suggesting that we should do sunrise to sunset?
No. I don't
Okay.
Okay. We have one. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I have no more comments on any items, Madam Mayor.
All right. We have one comment for Ms. Devlin.
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
I think you did.
Good evening, Laura Devlin, 727 North J Street.
I'm kind of confused about why we wouldn't want someone who is driving a motorized vehicle of any kind not to have a driver's license. I just don't understand that. I'm out walking with my dog now. You see my dog, and the golf carts are coming down the street. It's dark, and they're coming down kind of fast sometimes. And I just don't understand the concept of if somebody loses their driver's license, for instance, for drunk driving, they can now go out and buy a golf cart and drive around. And they have not earned a driver's license. They've lost their driver's license. They don't have a right to drive a regular car or a motorcycle, but now we're allowing them to drive a golf cart around if they're not able to hold a driver's license. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about whether or not we're making sure that people can't drink in their golf carts. I know people drink in their golf carts. I know people drink in their cars. That's illegal. You can get arrested for that. We're going to allow people to drink in their golf carts and say that's fine because it's not a car. So I just have a lot of concerns. I think that the golf carts should be regulated the same kind of ways that an actual motor vehicle is, because it's a motor vehicle. It's a smaller motor vehicle, but still a motor vehicle, still can cause harm, can still weave in traffic, cause an accident, hit a child. Any number of things can happen. So I don't understand why you would want to have an exception for not requiring a driver's license for a motorized vehicle. Also, you should take a look at these electric scooters, which are going down the street.
We're talking about that
faster than cars are, and the electric bikes. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, no. Well, it's state statute that you don't have to have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on the lights. All right, so we don't have a motion. Mr. McBoy, do you want to make a motion?
I don't think we
don't need a motion. I
we
just
don't need a
needed
motion.
All right.
But
a
I would like
consensus, what the consensus was. I'm
very,
sorry.
very, very briefly, I believe it was Commissioner Segers who proposed that we should ask for a license. And I think the comment that we just received does make some sense. I understand that it restricts personal choices and so on. But, society has all sorts of regulations, and that doesn't seem like an unreasonable one to ask for a license for that. They are relatively big vehicles, and maybe that's not an unreasonable. So I would be in favor of, I'll go on record as being in favor of a license.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we can't be more restrictive than the statute.
So your ordinance may be more restrictive as to regulating operations and equipment required for golf carts on designated streets, but those more restrictive regulations only apply to operators without a driver's license.
It's a state statute. That is very confusing.
I know. So if you, for example, if you wanted to say you can't operate a golf cart unless you have a driver's license, that would be an acceptable restriction that is more restrictive than the statute provides. If you want to say that everybody driving a golf cart has to put flashing lights on the top, only unlicensed drivers would have to do that.
That makes sense. All right. But I don't think there's a movement up here. And I understand there's concerns, but I don't think on the dais we're asking for driver's licenses. Yeah.
But do they have to be 16 years old to operate?
If they're under 18 years old, they have to have a valid driver's license.
15 or 16 or 17. So do we have to put that in our?
No, that is state law.
So if there's a 13-year-old driving a golf cart, it's against the law and the parents are going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Because somebody had mentioned kids driving around earlier.
Okay. All right. So I think we have direction.
I think so. We will do our best on the streets, and if we get it wrong, you'll let us know.
We will let you know. Shocked.
Thank you. And I want to publicly apologize if I got what Commissioner Maliga was saying wrong.
Say, please remember the west side of the city.
Please remember.
Well, no, traditionally when we map out the streets, that we only focus on the downtown area. We need to remember the west side of the city.
Every part of the city.
Which technically, if you're on the west side of the city, you wouldn't be able to get downtown now because
no, you could cross it.
No,
you could cross.
Depending, she said one lane.
So to cross any state road, there has to be approval by DOT,
Right. What was the 2-lane thing you said? That was county?
county.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll have to ask approval from the state for a federal and for cross.
So we'll bring that for you for discussion and make sure that you all agree with where it's going. And then we'll seek that DOT approval before we bring the ordinance back.
No, no, not they. They just, well, you got a fancy one. Oh, baby. Okay. It's getting late. All right. So we have, I think, one more
Yeah, Anthony's.
discussion and direction regarding an application for a limited mooring zone. Which I'm glad to talk about this. Spoke about it a few years ago and I was just solidly turned down. Mr. Sigurd, you want to go give a little?
Sure, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
So when we first got consensus for this, it was prior to the state passing some new laws. The state's actually given us a little bit more power on what we can do. Previous to that, this FWC limited mooring zone was kind of the only way we were able to regulate free mooring. But as you guys know, the state made that change, and a lot of municipalities around us have been adopting essentially no mooring zones throughout their land. The city of Lake Worth Beach is kind of unique in that we really own directly up to that 20-foot wide channel of the intercoastal. A lot of the other ones do not. So we have an opportunity to regulate that. I don't believe the FWC limited mooring zone is the necessarily appropriate function that we're looking for right now, but the spirit of what I was looking to do was to not allow just free and random mooring especially in our Snook Island Nature Preserve, those areas and out in front of the boat docks for various different reasons, but most of all environmental. A lot of those boats are discharging. We have people living on them. They create navigational hazards. I think more than 4 or 5 times I've had to contact the city manager's office about a boat that is broken free and was in danger of ruining our dockage. So I think the discussion, hopefully can be quick, but I wanted to make sure we gave staff the go ahead and saying, look, right now we don't want mooring in our waters. And then, in the future, I think it would behoove us to perhaps, explore a city mooring field as part of some of the stuff we're doing with the Bryant Park fishing pier as that goes out and so on. But for right now, let's at least start with not allowing the mooring so that we don't get any more boats. At my last count, we were well over 36 boats that are moored in the Snook Island, and then around they go around the corner by the golf course and kind of hide. It's becoming a real problem, and every week that goes by, more and more boats are getting dropped off, and these are unregistered boats. A lot of them, they don't have FL numbers. It's really difficult for law enforcement to find out who they belong to. Every week that goes by, it's going to cost the city thousands and thousands of dollars for every new boat that arrives. I saw one come the other day, no FL numbers, VIN number scraped off the hull, backing it in, dropping it off. And that's what it is.
Yeah.
And
they dump them here.
What was that?
Pirate ship. They scraped
they scraped the VIN number and they had no FL numbers.
And abandoned them?
Yeah.
Or did
Well,
come back?
they live on
Or
them.
they live on them. Were they abandoned?
Usually they live on them. Very few people are just docking them there. So I wanted to give direction to staff to go ahead and put something together that will, just like our neighboring cities have done. I think Miami's done it, Biscayne Bay, West Palm Beach, notably, just did theirs, so that we don't allow it and we can take immediately enforcement action so that the problem doesn't grow.
Okay, just so that I understand you, because now we do have a lot of boats out there. So, and I think one of something that I know I've been frustrated with for years is, they're all out there, and how do you get rid of them? It's not that easy. So my first question, just to understand what you're talking about, is at this point, like say, you can't be here and somehow figure out how to get rid of them?
Yes. So other cities have figured that out.
Oh, okay. That's just okay.
Yep.
Now, number 2, because I did explore this, because I think it's a potential good thing for the city to have a mooring field, and you can have it where there's buoys that are, they can on the cell phone check in, pay their thing, and I love one of the things in here in the statute or the maybe the administrative code that, you know, you have to show us how you're getting rid of your waste,
Mhm.
because that's the biggest thing. I mean, they're living out there and they're just dumping their poop in our waters, which is ridiculous.
Mhm.
So those are my two concerns. So the first step you're talking about, which God bless you and your optimism about getting rid of them, because it's been an ongoing problem for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And we've had some success. There was the water keepers, I think, came in, and my brother did a few. And now, I mean, because you have to identify it, notify the owner, right? Find the owner, notify the owner, tow it to like Fort Pierce, and nobody wants to do that because it's expensive.
State laws helped us there a lot. And I think
Well,
it's changed. I mean, it has
Oh,
changed.
okay, good.
So
I'm
for
glad to hear
years,
that.
for years and years, West Palm could not get rid of them. If you remember, like around the Peanut Island area, then the whole area,
well,
they've gotten rid of that. So if we can copy them,
okay.
and then, you know,
And then, so your second step, though, are you in favor of developing the concept of having a mooring?
yeah,
city mooring field?
100%.
Okay,
And that's
okay,
why I
just
said
understand that
the application for the FWC limited mooring field, I don't know is, quote, the right first step,
Mhm.
but certainly let's block them and then figure out how we can allow them and have it be a positive for the city, because it can be a very
We can
positive
make some
draw.
money and people come down here.
People
clean
vacation,
in and-
they're looking,
Right.
you know, we had a lot of success on Snook Island at the docks. But I do recall there was a very nice sailing ship that arrived with a family that were looking to vacation here. And unfortunately they had to go. Had we had a proper mooring field, that could have been a family that was eating in our downtown and so on. And as we look to expand those docks and piers and have
both
more
sides.
water-based interaction,
Yep.
it could be an asset. And since we own it, it allows us to monetize it where a lot of the other cities don't have that option in the intercoastal.
Well, I love the idea. I tried to do it years ago and I was just completely shot down, but maybe there's been some changes. Okay, I'm gonna call Ms. Malega first, because then maybe she can go.
I support it. My only concern, or I was gonna ask is who pays for the towing now?
That's one of the problems.
So the municipality has to pay for the towing, but the owner is ultimately responsible for it. So the boat can be sold at auction to pay for that.
So we can seize it?
Yeah, basically. Also with the derelict vessel laws, if they get cited and they've got a number of citations, because you can cite them daily, they can't pay it, let's say. There is an FWC program where if they want to, they can forfeit their vessel to FWC, then FWC disposes of that vessel.
So FWC is the one writing the tickets, not the city of Lake Worth Beach, because we don't have a marine.
Well, it's a combination. FWC and any marine-based law enforcement can write the tickets.
So then we'd have to have PBSO on marine patrol.
They have a marine patrol.
Well, I know they do, but they don't really.
They also have, well, they have been helping. They've been helping in their wildlands division, especially since the main area we're talking about is the Snook Island area, which is a designated nature preserve and seagrass preserve. It was through the wildlands division and environmental reasons is how they were able to clear our docks. So I suspect we can get some major support, at least in that area of the lagoon, which hopefully will trickle down to the other areas.
No, I support it fully. I think that thank you for bringing this forward. I'm thankful that something good came out of Tallahassee for a change, that could actually help us. But I just wanted to make sure that the burden doesn't go on the backs of all the residents. That's
Well,
all.
And that
So
we'll
I do
have to find
support it.
out how it practically will work. Okay, Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I like what I'm hearing, a concern about shutting down the problem stuff now, but being open to some more organized form in the future as a benefit. I guess what came to mind at one point is, people live on houseboats all over Holland, and I don't know what they do with waste, but they figure it out.
Oh, they do.
So I'm supportive of it as long as we look forward. I too share the mayor's skepticism, because I know that, your predecessor worked really hard on that and tried to get all sorts of agencies. Now, maybe what you've said that stuff has changed recently, I don't know. I'm hopeful that will help, but certainly I share the former vice mayor's skepticism, Gesundheit, of we certainly don't want the financial burden of schlepping these boats around and finding the owners and all that stuff to be on the city. That, yeah, I don't know how to fix that, but generally supportive.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. May.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this forward. I know you've been working really hard on this. I just have one question, and I was kind of hoping maybe the officer was going to come back, but maybe we can answer this. If right now when they're moored, there's no vessel taking them back and forth from the land to the moored boat.
They might have a dinghy.
Some do.
So some do, but my question is, and especially the ones that are moored right off of the golf course. So I would assume that they're getting in the water or getting in a dinghy and coming to the golf course and then scurrying across the golf course. Is there a trespassing ordinance that we could handle with that? People.
No scurrying.
No scurrying, no sailors.
I mean, that's just another way of, I don't know, but I'm sure that when Marty gets to work and they're assessing the golf course in the morning, they're seeing people getting on and off of these boats.
We can find out.
So that would be something else I would like to look into.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, because I mean, they got to get on and off of it. And
I
then
haven't heard any complaints from the golf
Right.
staff about it, though, that they're coming in on the golf course. I haven't heard any.
Okay.
But I know they use a dinghy to come into the little island.
By the boat
Sometime.
ramp.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right. And clearly the biggest issue is that there is no pump out.
Right.
So if we ever did have a mooring field, we would have to have a dock where they could have the pump out. And I'm sure that wouldn't be the end of the world,
they
or
have-
we wouldn't have it.
They also have boats.
And they
that come
wouldn't
on.
have that kind of a service, you know, or they would have another service. I'm definitely for that, but I like the idea of let's ban it, figure out the right way to do it and move forward.
But Mimi, they're just for the pump out. They don't have to have a permanent thing. There are boat services that come and pump out your boat. Boats that pump out.
Okay. Thank you.
My father used to sail the whole intercoastal from Maryland down to Key West.
And on the land, like beaching on the golf course, that's a seagrass zone.
Yeah, that's
So there's more than likely an environmental reason why you can't beach a boat there, and that would cover that. But as far as like them bringing their dinghy to our day docks, it's the day dock that governs it. And then city staff has been picking up abandoned vessels on the beach. So
You're not going to sleep tonight. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, in terms of banning it now, I mean, I'm a little concerned about enforcement for that. I mean, if we're going to be working on a mooring field in the meantime, are we banning people from anchoring? Because we have people in our sailing club that like anchor at the, they take a day sail and they come back and they anchor not for a long time, but I just want some clarification.
So they shouldn't be anchoring right there. They can use the day docks. That's what the day docks are for. So anywhere in the Snook Island, you should not be anchoring because of the seagrass.
Yeah, but I mean, south of the bridge, there's some areas that are a little farther. There's still no.
Right. So this would say that they can't store their boat there. They would have to go to a mooring field or a dock or so on to store their boat. The way around that would be to establish the limited mooring field requirements where you could say in this particular area you're allowed. I would caution against that in that it's going to be a free for all.
Yeah.
Because we are probably one of the last municipalities to get on the ball and resolve this issue. So that's why we're inheriting a lot of these boats.
Oh yeah, I know Riviera. When Riviera cleaned out, a lot of them came here. Palm Beach is not going to want us to have a mooring field, but we'll just have to deal with that. They stopped the one in West Palm, the Palm Beach people. It wasn't the look they were going for. But we're wider at where we are, and so I think it might work out. Okay, so what do we have staff direction to do an ordinance forbidding anybody to anchor their boat there?
The only caution I would add is could we, in the process of writing that ordinance, since I don't know that any of us here are regular sailors and could we get some people from Lake Worth who are sailors and get a little input from them? Hey, you might want to do this, because I think the concern that maybe the mayor, somebody raised that, unintended consequences. We're certainly going after problem ones, but there might be legitimate use ones. And how do we not?
Somebody comes down, they dinghy in, have lunch with, and
Well, that's where the day docks are.
But could we say that they have to be part of the Lake Worth Beach Sailing Club?
Yeah, you can do
that's not
that
really an
legally.
official.
But I'm saying if you're trying to be kind to the people.
Sailors are leaving their boats.
They're not.
No?
No.
So it's not.
Yeah.
And they can use the day
So
docks.
there.
And
Okay.
and there's definition of what it means to be moored. It's like if you go out on a fishing boat and you anchor up for 3 hours and fish, you don't get, I don't know the exact hours specification in the state law, but you're allowed to stop for a couple hours.
Well, right. That's what I was.
They can't stop you from doing that, but it's the overnight
Right.
is
The big problem.
where it becomes the problem.
Okay, so there's direction from the staff, consensus from the staff, to the staff to do this. You're gonna be busy.
Going to be busy. So I just want to get a little bit of clarification. So the exemption in the statute is that these regulations don't prohibit local governments from enacting or enforcing regulations that prohibit or restrict mooring or anchoring of floating structures, liveaboard vessels, or commercial vessels, excluding commercial fishing vessels within their jurisdiction, or any vessels within the marked boundaries of mooring fields. So what I'm understanding is that because of the environmental sensitivity of the areas within the city, the concept is to prohibit all mooring and anchoring within the city's
If you
jurisdiction.
come here, use the day dock.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Would anchoring prohibit, like, because I know that a number of people do anchor by the bridge to fish. I'm more concerned with the mooring because they're the waste and that. Certainly anchoring in Snook Island and those areas is environmentally sensitive because they're doing the seagrass replenishment and so on. And that's devastating, but anchoring outside of that area, which is basically, it's a small area. It's between Bonefish Flats and our docks, that wide part there. Personally, I don't have a problem if a fishing boat anchors there and fishes that area. It's kind of
I
rare.
think we're
That,
talking about overnight.
I think stay with what.
no, but for me, it's about mooring and the overnight. And I don't know how much of a distinction we can do there, but definitely no anchoring in the Snook
Maybe-
Island.
Anthony, maybe you could like define that a little bit to give them language to help them out with that.
Yeah.
Would you mind doing that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, so I've got prohibiting the mooring and anchoring within the Snook Island area, and I can look at the agreements that we have with the county for that area, and then prohibiting mooring throughout the city. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. May.
I just think that if you just say prohibiting the mooring and the anchoring everywhere, if somebody's fishing for 3 hours and the cops come, they're just going to move them along. Nobody's going to be restricting all of this and monitoring it at all time. I don't think we have to be that specific.
I think overnight is.
I think we just use the phrase or the wording that's in the statute. If you don't mind. I don't even know where Bonefish Flats is. So how would you even know that? So I just say there's no mooring, there's no anchoring. If somebody is anchored and fishing, fine. But I mean, nobody's going to be going over there and saying, "Oh, you need to stop fishing."
Right.
Let's be
We
practical.
can't get them to take the
We
boat.
can't even get
sit
that. We
there for
can't even get a
days.
mattress picked up, for Christ's sake.
But I do think, I mean, we've talked repeatedly here about don't write something
That you
that
can't
we have no
enforce.
intent of enforcing. I think it would be better to write it, maybe get some input from other sailors, other fishermen. If Mr. Segrich wants to kind of take the lead on getting some of that input. I think our intent has been, the focus is overnight seems to be the big problem, right? Now, how you write that to capture that and not get in the way of fishing and, somebody local putting their boat out for 6 hours. I don't know how you do that, but we have very expert.
Yeah. I think the issues with the anchoring and the mooring are going to be if the boat is left there, so if it's, whether it's moored or anchored, if they've left the boat, then that's the problem.
Yeah, I think it's more of a period of time.
I would think so.
Because the other aspect that you fall into, especially with the overnight enforcement, is having enforcement available.
Yeah.
And we ran into that at the docks. It would have been far easier to enforce the docks if they were 4-hour only versus sunset to sunrise. And that might be something that we want to consider, is making the docks 4 hours only. Not to add more to this topic, but if we,
You did.
I know.
And I would talk with PBSO, because do they have the staff to go by there every 4 hours to see, or now we're going to boot the boats?
they actually do go by there a lot
They
now.
do go by.
Yeah.
I've talked to one of the guys, but I don't know.
I think at this point we'll see what staff comes back with. I'll give some more feedback and gather some feedback from the community.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
No, we have, I'm going to call in District 1 tonight first.
Yes.
Thank you. Just quickly, the 25th of April, Alexia Cox is having her annual victims walk, and she has chosen to have it here in Bryant Park again, which I'm very grateful for. I have sent out an invitation to as many elected officials, state, federal, and local, to come walk in and
That's a Saturday, right?
in honor of Nancy.
Mhm.
So anybody who can, you do have to register for it. It's on Alexia Cox's website as well as her Facebook page to register for the walk. Yeah, I text you guys, emailed, text, I did social media, all of it. But if you could come out and walk on the 24th, where the city's having its annual volunteer luncheon from 11 to 2. So if you're a volunteer, if you sit on a board, I did send that out to the NAPC and ask them to send it to board members, not NAPC board members, but volunteers for the library board, the BAB, CRA. Thank you to HR for putting that together and showing our hardworking volunteers so much love. And I know that Mr. Perry's shaking her head because now they're asking us for money to help support that, because it was
Right.
a
I know we
fabulous
just got
idea.
that phone call.
Unfortunately, I have given up all my discretionary funds to help with the habitat issue and the trees and the mitigation to get those families in the houses. So I am out of discretionary funds for the remaining of this year. If anybody else wants to help, please reach out to HR or Shona. I know they're looking to see if there's any funds available to help offset the cost. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy.
I'm a little cooked. I guess the only thing I would mention is there have been a number of events in the community raising awareness and support for our immigrant community. The threats to their well-being continue to happen. I think it's important that it is coming out more and more around the country that the statement that immigration enforcement is going after the worst of the worst and the criminals and the horrible people is proving to be very inaccurate, that 75% typically of most places do not have any criminal records. And I see a lot more for rent signs around town. I am hearing from businesses that businesses down in some of the areas. So and certainly deal with plenty of families that feel the impact. I really would ask my colleagues to open their hearts to consider doing something on that and trying to help. That's all I got.
Okay, Ms. May.
Thank you. I'm actually going to just address one thing tonight. There's a sign on the community sustainability building department that says that they are only open to residents twice a week for 3 hours.
That's the walk-in zoning.
Yeah. there's a red sign. I can find the picture of it, but that's unacceptable to me. The residents are in charge of the city. If they want to walk into community sustainability between the hours of 9 and 5 and get somebody to help them, somebody better be there to help them. I am so livid about this because I keep getting people calling me. I got an email today where somebody's contractor quit halfway through their project because they're so frustrated with the city. They're like, I'm done. Find someone else that's going to deal with this. This is not customer service. We are not customer service friendly. Nobody should be working at home from home. If I walk in and I'm a resident and I want help, somebody better be there to help me. And I would like to direct the city management office to direct the director of community sustainability to open the damn doors. I'm done. Do I have consensus for us to direct
I thought it
them?
was the hold. I didn't think it was just 3 hours.
It's 3 hours twice a week. That's
for
completely
walking in.
unacceptable.
That's for walking in to like ask a question.
You can't do anything
Right.
there.
Right. No, I don't disagree.
I mean, this is what, I mean, the residents are the boss. The residents are absolutely the boss. They should be able to be served above anything else. Put your stuff down, look them in the eyes. How can I help you? Period. And we have to change that from the top down. And it kind of goes with what Ms. Fisher was saying. So it'll be really interesting to see if the direction from us goes through the city manager's office to the community sustainability department to take that sign down and open the doors.
One thing I will say, I mean, what they do for that is it's just like one employee is assigned to that because if you're working on a project to be interrupted all day, but they do, correct me if I'm wrong, they do assign a person to be on call, which makes sense. No, I'm not arguing with you. Take a deep breath.
Sorry.
You'll tell me. That it should be longer, but there's no problem with having them assign somebody because then that person's not going to be working on, they'll be interrupted. Mr. Perry, did you want to say something? Oh, okay. You look like you're about to say something. Okay, that's it.
As long as you guys agree, yeah.
We don't disagree.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say, I can consent to that, but we've also, on that note, because I was going to bring up similar, we've given direction on.
Do I have a motion to go past 10?
We don't have to. We're already in our
That's
comments.
after 11.
Motion to extend past 10.
All in favor?
Aye. It's not, I struggle with, is it going to actually be implemented? Well, we tried out in instructing policy that staff was to create a business friendly approach towards business licenses and code compliance, and that's never happened. We instructed policy that staff would conduct employee reviews. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. That was supposed to happen before the new year. So I have a lot of hopes and expectations on the new city manager coming in. I don't know how long that process is going to take. I struggle with whether or not this direction will actually get done. And then what do we do if it doesn't? And a lot of these items we've been trying to address for a long time. And I don't know if it may be appropriate to make change now in the interim between now and when we get a new city manager in hopes of getting some of these things done. So I support what you're saying. I just wonder if we need to take further steps to actually make it happen.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Before you start, who seconded the motion to extend the meeting past 10?
May.
Thank you.
Yes, somebody did.
Somebody did. Thank you. It was very helpful, Mr. Report. I know somebody did. Motion. Okay, District 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The other item that I wanted to talk about was value engineering. On some of our projects, specifically like the 1900 project,
I'm hearing that we're starting to have to value engineer things. And that sends a shiver up my spine because we hear all the time that the casino complex project went horribly awry because the commission was value engineering. I would basically, I would like us to get a solid report. Are we on time? Are we on budget? Are we value engineering? Is there anything that we've had to cut out? I have particular sensitivities towards this project because I did not think it was fiscally wise to do it. We've already added a couple $100,000 to the budget for it. And now to hear that we're kind of removing certain things out of the design or having to change without it coming back to us is a little bit worrisome. So I would like my colleagues' consensus to ask for a full update in our one-on-ones. And then if we have to discuss about, in public, we can, but I really think we need an in-depth understanding of, are we cutting anything out? Are we on budget? What's going on
I
with
hadn't
that?
heard any of that, so thank you.
So,
Nobody tells me anything.
and then, building on what Miss May said, it's difficult to talk about this because we don't meet that often and have free discussion. But I'd be interested in hearing my colleagues' thoughts about, do we potentially make a change now before the new city manager comes in an effort to get some of these policies implemented and some of the more tactical stuff that we've been trying to do that hasn't been happening. And I think, there's a lot that people are focusing on, and it's tough. But I don't know how much more time we need to wait for some of these things to start happening.
Mayor, would you allow some comment on that? I think that's a useful.
Real quick. Sure.
And my comment would be both from.
Commissioner, can you speak into your mic, please?
And maybe turn it on. My comment relates both to Commissioner Vice Mayor May's noticeable frustration, and I think justified frustration. And I think it relates to Commissioner Segrich's also that, we've asked for some things, particularly sort of in the customer service aspects, especially of that department. I would add to that I've been hearing what we heard some public comment on. To me, it sounds like, as far as I can make out, crazy stuff about sign regulations on windows and doors for businesses downtown and businesses that have been there forever and that they've had the same signs forever. And it drives, I mean, the frustration that Vice Mayor May expressed, I share the same, like, why are we doing this? Why are we, and who is initiating stuff that doesn't seem like it's really necessary or very important? And it's very business unfriendly. I don't understand it. Where is that coming from? And what can we do to, because I think all of us here are pretty agreed, hey, let's try to help out the businesses downtown. Obviously, if it's health and safety, okay, you got to do that. Otherwise, clearly there is an element of initiative and discretion, because if you've had a business that's been there for 10 years, the same signage on the door, and nobody's said anything for 10 years, and all of a sudden they're saying something, there is an element of discretion and choice. So let's use that element of discretion and choice to the benefit of our businesses and not harassing them. I would like to consensus from my colleagues that wherever that's coming from, please shut it down. And it relates to the horse or whatever it was, the horse and the dragon.
The dinosaur.
It just seems like, and we look foolish in the county. We look very business unfriendly. And it's like, what's the matter with these people? Why are they going after silly stuff? So it bothers me. I would like action on it too.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Okay, go ahead.
So, while I understand and I share same sentiments on some things, I don't think that it's appropriate or morally correct for us to have a conversation when somebody's not here to have the conversation to defend themselves. So I would like to stop the conversation immediately because the fact that that person is not here and this has never been brought forward when he was here is bothering me. So that's number one. I agree with the weird enforcement of the dinosaurs and the horses and whatever. But, and I said this in the city manager's office 2 weeks ago, if we don't like the ordinance, it's up to us to change it. Because just because somebody shows up at my property because somebody reported me for one thing and all of a sudden I'm getting cited for other things that I've had for 10 years, if it's against the city ordinance, then I should have known that a long time ago. But if we do not want code doing their job, you can't say code, go enforce the code, but look the other way if it's this.
That's
So here's what happens is we need to tear apart our code and say, that's antiquated, get rid of that. We don't want to enforce that. Whoever wrote that in 1942, that's got to go away. That's on us. And we've talked for 2 years about having a code workshop. So I don't want us to be hard on staff for doing their job and enforcing ordinances that are still in the books because of whoever sits up here. If we don't like it, we need to change it. We need to make those changes and say, we're done. So that's all I have on this conversation.
My issue is that we have gave that direction. We have said, change this. And we have, and there are certain ordinances we're waiting for 9 months to 1 year that we still have not had back. And certain of these things are policy. And I specifically kept my comments to policy direction because we gave policy direction and it has not been enacted. And I understand your comment about the person not being here. I don't know the right format to have this discussion because I've asked the exact questions Mr. McVoy was raising as to who's giving direction on that. And the answer is, I don't know. And for me, that's not acceptable. So I think this is a conversation we need to have. And I would ask legal, what is the format to have this conversation?
For the employees that you all hire directly, this is the forum for you all to talk together. There really is no other way to handle it. We're happy to have discussions with you all to strategize on how and when and, to package things and stuff like that. But if you all are going to discuss employees who are under contract to you, you have to talk about them in meetings like this.
Sure. But they should also be present.
Have a safe trip.
Safe trip.
Sorry you have to do what you're doing, but when do you come back? Jesus. That's crazy. Ooh.
Can I ask for consensus to schedule a meeting to have that conversation?
Got it from me.
And we're talking about the city manager position.
Yes.
I mean, yes, sure. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
And I would just say, I understand Commissioner Malega's concerns, but I would ask us to step back and say, let's look empirically at what is happening to businesses and what, is going on and try to figure out, all right, it's up to us to somehow say, hey, this is nutty. Figure out how to not be doing this. Figure out how to not be annoying businesses unnecessarily. I guess that's all I got.
Anything else?
No, that was it. So do we have to pick a date now or?
I don't think we have to.
Or Shona will
now.
schedule that.
There might be conversations that can be had.
Where we can pick the date.
To where we can pick a date.
Okay.
My notes are mostly code enforcement. And the last time, and I'm going to tell you, a couple of years ago, I came down pretty hard on code enforcement. And the letter that was published in response from a staff member was extremely unpleasant. I was accused of being a racist, and among other. Do you remember that? Okay.
I remember. I got the same.
So that is the department that we have the most complaints about. I have been, behind closed doors for I'm very glad to get some support about this because I just really think, here's the dilemma. Here's the code, enforce the code. But don't enforce them because the thing with the dinosaur on Harry's bar. I mean, I love the dinosaur, but probably, then I think I heard that there's no sign ordinance about statues. So I'm assuming that the wind load was the problem. I don't know, but it's so frustrating. My veterinarian on 10th Avenue North that nobody sees because he's in an industrial area, he had to take down the big picture of the kittens and the puppies because it kind of gave him, some privacy. But 2J's, their whole window is covered with this montage of food, and that's okay. Here's what the thing that makes people crazy, I think, among is the inconsistency that, and I'll say this again, my perspective is 5 years as a city attorney, 20 years or more representing people that were having problems with code, and now being in the legislative is I really, if we were going to have a code meeting, I would like to be the help with the code help with the code, because we talked about, reviewing the code. There are certain things we can't because of wind loads, because of, housing, there are regulations that we can't change. But I do think that there certainly seems to be some room for some leniency. I just got a call today from an old client who he had a post sign, 30 years it's been up there, and he changed the letter, and it happened to the farmer girl. He didn't get a permit, he changed the lettering, and now he's got to take the sign down. Because it's, it went beyond, it was the farmer girl had that done. If they'd gone for a permit to get the sign changed, they would have been told, if you do this, you're going to have to take down the sign, but they didn't get the permit. So and I don't have a discussion. Let me just, because of my history, we all get a lot of phone calls and emails and texts and helium balloons about stuff. And I do know that, like, I'll get in, the city did, blah, blah, the city did this. Well, half of that is true. Yes, it took too long to get the permit because they didn't give the survey, whatever the reason. So you have to take these things with a I guess, an empirical view, right? Or whatever you scientists say. I look for evidence, for other evidence, right? But I do think that there is something inconsistent about how things are done. We're told that a letter, a hello, you've got a problem letter goes out first. That's not true. In the past week, I've gotten 2 calls from people going, I just got this thing about something and I have to be the magistrate. I can't wait to get to the magistrate. I'm like, no, you don't want to go to the magistrate. When I'm not married anymore, I'm going to be making some money with this. I'm going to go back to earning money on this, right? Now I just do it for free. Don't put me out of business. So what did I just say? So tired.
There seems to be a problem. I don't know what it is.
So I do want to have, and I said this in a couple public meeting a couple weeks ago. If you have, and I know that there are people in the room right now that are having issues with code, I want to know, I think we need to know what they're, because some of them are valid and some of them are not. So what I think it's important to do is to weed out what is the problem. And if we have, there's a certain, for example, my Jerry the Volvo guy just got a thing about his lifts, which have been there for 50 years, and now he's selling the building. But there'll be, he got this thing, you've got to have these lifts out, by April, whatever. So across the street, since I was city attorney, there is a lot across the street that is just hammered and strewn with roofing tiles. I mean, it's a mess. Okay. If a strong wind came along, and I pointed that out to the city in 1995, and it's still the same.
And that's across
So-
the street from the guy who's getting
Right.
cited for something
Right.
that's been there. 50
So-
years.
They're blind.
And there's no easy solution. We can't say just, because what I approach staff, it's like sometimes the theory is what's, curb appeal, right? Which is important. And then the other thing is, well, health and safety. And now that we can't go into somebody's house, health and safety seems to have just gone out the window because we can't
Well-
we don't know if they can flush the toilets or they have smoke detectors, which I still do not grasp how that happens.
I think what we struggle with this is that, you know, we can't give direction directly to underlying staff. We have to rely on our policy direction. And it's that our policy direction is not being followed.
Aside from that, they are also looking to us for policy direction, right?
Yes. No,
That's one of the
and
things.
we have given that, and you know, and
Specifically, what's it, but be more friendly.
well, also prioritize life, health, safety over dirt smudges. But you know, I mean, when we ask the question, you know, it's kind of like, who ordered the code red? Who told people to go?
That'll happen because some of the things that I'm happening downtown with Eclectic, they had to take this. There was a little. The artist had a little sign like this, and he had to take it down. What?
But when we asked the question, you know, who did that? To at least have the conversation to ask them the question of why, we get the answer, I don't know, and that's my problem with it. You know, I think, you know, that's where we end up having a problem.
Yeah.
So
So that's so I do want to have a code enforcement meeting. I do want to pursue this. I do want to look at some of the things in our code that are obsolete, without going against state statute, things that have to, you know, wind load, housing codes, housing ordinance, building codes. So that's my first thing, and I want to get started on that. My next thing is, if we're gonna have meetings, we should have agenda meetings before every meeting.
We already changed that.
You did when we didn't have a meeting last week.
We didn't because it was Good Friday.
Okay, I was told we didn't have them, so.
No, we voted on it last meeting.
Okay, all right, good. Then here's another thing. Up at the beach in the 90s, there was nothing, and we had a giant citizen project. We planted all the stuff on the beach that now keeps the same. I'm like losing my ability to speak apparently. The dune, right, all the nice stuff, right? There, I have been, one of our citizens is concerned about that there's quite a few invasive things up there now. That if we want to maintain the sanctity of that we should pull them out and have them replaced. There's a group that has done a little survey about it, and they're saying the costs, and I'm not saying make a decision, I just want to bring this up, that it would be between $25,000 and $40,000 to pull the old ones out and plant them with native species. And I don't know where we would get the money or how, but I think we invested so much in it, and it's important. I think keeping the invasives out of there would be an important thing. So I'd like to, I'm just going to continue talking to them and see if we can't, maybe the tree money or something. Do you see that as a thing that's, I mean, getting the invasives out of something that was such a public effort? Mr. McVoy?
I recall seeing some things that I thought I should pull out.
Can you turn your mic on, Commissioner?
Thank you. And I probably have pulled some out just because that's what I do. I would think that might possibly be something that could be kind of like a beach cleanup, a public thing,
Right.
but with some knowledgeable people sort of, hey, don't step on this if you can avoid
That's
it.
what I'm talking to.
And here's what you want to be pulling with a few people who know what they're doing, providing guidance, and then
This
public
is the
arms
Institute of Regional Conservation.
you've heard me mention them. They're very knowledgeable.
Right. So
I
that's
would
who-
totally.
That's who I'm talking to.
Yep. Yeah. Good. Very knowledgeable people. They would be helpful.
So
I would be in support of that as a volunteer kind of thing. I think we also need to just make sure we identify who we're going to believe is the source of what's invasive and what's not.
Well, I
Because
think these people-
IRC is fine. on
No,
Yeah.
and I agree, but we've had some disagreement in the recent past as to what's been planted, let's say in Bryant Park, is whether or not it's invasive or not. And members of some of the outside organizations say they are, our organizations say they're not. So we just need to kind of pick one of those to trust.
Yeah.
I
IRC is fine.
trust
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yes, and she's the woman I'm dealing with is the conservation program manager. So I'll keep up talking to her and
Yeah.
see
Good idea.
what we can do. So, okay. That's all I have. City manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want you to know, I took a lot of notes tonight of some of those issues that you brought up. And I can say that during most of our one-on-ones, these same issues have been brought up. So it's nothing that I haven't heard this week. And but one of the things, and I told you, most of you all, that I'm in the process of trying to schedule a meeting. I think the code enforcement administrator did schedule a meeting where I'm going to go and meet with the employees that go out every day and perform these jobs and try to find out exactly what's going on and provide some type of direction on how we want to proceed. What you know, in terms of life safety issues and things of that nature, yeah, I think that's the best way to try to prioritize it and try to get it done. So, hopefully I have that meeting. I got to look at my schedule, see when they have it scheduled for. I think it's either this week or sometime next week. And I'm going to take this information back to those individuals who are out in the street, actually trying to do this job. But one thing I have to say, in terms of Commissioner Cedric said something about the valuations and review. You're right. And what staff did, they put a process in place where we had to actually come up with a tool, put it out, have employees take a look at it. And so then we'll implement it. Unfortunately, you just can't put the tool out and just start doing it. So we try to provide you guys with updates as we go along on what we're trying to do to get that process started. So I must say that because staff is working hard to try to get that process done. I took some notes with some of the citizens, Ms. Fisher, and I think Mrs. Taylor. I gave Ms. Taylor my card. So hopefully, she'll give me a call tomorrow and I try to work on, see what are issues to try to resolve that. And Ms. Fisher always calls me, when things are going on. I'm going to work with Code tomorrow at Public Works. I think we can come up with some type of cleanup day or something like nature and try to work together. So when the manager, I'll try to give the manager a report when he gets back. But like I said, I clearly took notes and try to get some of these things done that were mentioned tonight. And in terms of the sign, I take a look at that and find out what's going on, and we'll make some corrections on having that sign.
One of my concerns was, we have we get a lot of complaints about code, and now the manager of the manager of the code department isn't even in the same building as the workers.
Correct.
Which I find a little
concerning.
But hopefully that's not too much longer. I think they're trying to work through and get more space over there, but we'll work on that as well.
Thank you.
But I did want to point out something. I think the commission received a notification on Monday, April 6th. I guess that our own acting manager, Mr. Brown, was received his ICMA credential manager candidate designation. So I think it's important that we designate that he's putting in the time and effort to try to improve his, his achievements in senior management. So I think that's very important that we recognize that he is doing that. And like I said before, I'll pass all those issues on. We'll get to work. But like I said, your comments are not going on deaf ears. So we're going to do the best we can to try to address some of these situations.
We appreciate that very much. Thank you. We look to our attorney.
I don't have much for you all tonight. I know that there are a lot of ordinances that you all have been waiting for, but I know that you've also been dealing with a lot of ordinances in every one of your meetings. So we know you're waiting. They are coming. I promise you. They have not been forgotten about. And we will get them all to you as soon as we possibly can, including the ones that you added tonight.
Thanks. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion
Motion to adjourn.
by Mr. McFoy, seconded by
May.
May.
Vice Mayor May.
All in favor?
Aye.